Om Mani Padme Mani Padme Mani Padme Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Mani Padme Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Mani Padme Mani Om Mani Padme Mani Padme Mani Om Mani Padme Mani Om Mani Padme Mani Padme Mani Om Mani Padme Hum. Then we go to the actual prayer, the prayer of the Vajraspeak of the Masida Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. And we recite it a few times, we repeat it over a few times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses and bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all the embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma's protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, second recitation. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all the embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus, the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all these diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses and bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, By the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grass spirits, illnesses and bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as Suda had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses and bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as two that had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illness, and the bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as Suda had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And now we do the last round. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and bhutyas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrifies beings, as Suda had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good wealth, and happiness and well-being. By the power of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And then we can continue with then another prayer, which is called the swift fulfillment of wishes, independence of the great Jetsun Tsongkhapa. So this is a prayer to Lama Tsongkhapa, also to help us eliminating problems and diseases in the world, inner and outer diseases and imbalance of the elements and the natural disasters and sickness and so forth. Namo Guru, supreme embodiment of the wisdom and compassion of all the victorious ones of the three times, manifesting as a monk, wearing the three saffron robes, the spontaneous exalted wisdom Dharmakaya, possessing the five bodies. To you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make a request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. With the nature of primordially pure, clear light, uninterrupted natural expression of the complete Sambhogakaya, the great essence union of body and mind, to you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make a request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Displaying an array of manifold Nirmanakaya emanations, appropriate to the limitless living beings, equaling the expanse of space, to you, Jetsun Losang Drapa, I make a request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Through the power of having made single pointed requests to you, may all the unfortunate natural manifestations of the degenerate age, illness, famine, quarreling, epidemic diseases, grass spirits, interference, and so forth be pacified. Then, when I requested the excellent collection of conducive conditions increase, please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Having completely cleared away the darkness of ignorance and confusion, and fully developed the illumination of supreme intelligence, virtuous friend who causes the 100-petal lotus of the scriptural tradition to bloom, the sun radiating benefit and happiness to you, I make a request. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Since I and others, the assembly of faithful disciples, have no other Lord of refuge to you to turn to for hope, when we make a request in all the 6 sessions of day and night, please bless us that the Guru's blessing may enter our mind. Also at the end of this life, may I see you, glorious Losang Drapa, along with your retinue, and immediately have a vision of you saying assuringly, Son, go to the celestial realm of Tushita. Care for me with your compassion, precious Guru. Please bless me that my wishes be swiftly fulfilled. And then we can go to the dedication prayers. Jangjup Sem Jog Rinpoche Ma Kye Panam Kye Gyojik Kye Panyam Pa Me Payam Gong Ne Gong Du Pelwa Sho. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's heart and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And myself alone who is completely existing from my own side. And then we can specially dedicate all the virtue created here also to all our teachers, especially to the good health and long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and also to all your teachers and all the teachers who teach the pure Dharma. Okay, thank you very much for joining. And yeah, I don't know who's continuing.
Thank you, Venerable. Hi.
Hello.
Venerable Joan was hi. Venerable Joan was there, but she just disappeared, so she'll be back in a minute, I think. Maybe she's having internet troubles.
Okay.
She was right there. We'll just wait for her. It's okay. She'll be here in a moment. You're free to go.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Here she is.
Hello, Tenzin Michael.
Oh, hello. Venerable John. Nice to see you. Good to see you.
Nice to see you too.
Yes. Where are you?
I'm in Copan, where I'm experiencing
nice.
some internet problems, so I hope it'll work.
Okay. How's the situation in Copan with the COVID these days?
Well, we've been in lockdown since March, so here we're quite safe. Also, Nepal's doing pretty good. Not too many cases.
Oh, that's
okay.
amazing. Great. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Nobody knows why.
Yeah, it's really surprising with the infrastructure and the health conditions. Maybe they have a good immune system, the Nepalis. Or
nobody really knows. Maybe it is that.
Maybe Rinpoche's presence and the karma. Yeah.
Yeah, lots of lamas here in Nepal right now.
Yeah.
And where are you?
I'm in Nalanda Monastery. Yes. In my room.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So here everything is fine. Yeah, we're a bit closed for outside visitors,
Great.
but inside life is going on with teachings and pujas. But we don't have many people from outside coming, so we're quite safe here. Yeah, we're doing well. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Very nice seeing
Great to
you.
see you. Goodbye. All the best. Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye. See you. So let's see how this session goes. My internet's been bad today. I'm currently using a hotspot, so hopefully I have enough money to to do the session. If not, Chenrezig Institute, please, I don't know, help. Okay, so let's begin by setting a good motivation and putting our mind in a good place for doing this session. So, of course, if you've already done the previous session, you can continue reciting the mantra of the Buddha of Compassion, Chenrezig, or you can recite the prayers. Otherwise, if you're starting the session, then we can begin by putting our mind in a good place for doing this session. And the best place to be doing this particular practice is coming from a place of compassion. So compassion is based on understanding suffering. So generally, we don't like to think about suffering, but if we don't contemplate suffering in any kind of depth, our compassion will also lack depth. So we begin by thinking about the kind of suffering that COVID-19 has created for ourselves personally. We can begin by developing compassion for ourselves, some self-compassion, as this will help us also relate better to the sufferings that others experience, and in that way develop a real sincere, genuine compassion for them, wishing them to be free from all their suffering, and in particular all the suffering that's been caused by the coronavirus. So let's begin by just thinking about how COVID-19 has impacted our life the past year. Now it's a year that we've been dealing with this pandemic, with lockdowns and various restrictions on our movements and on our general way of living life. Things we used to take for granted, going to the shop, going to a restaurant, meeting our families and friends, have all changed for most of us around the world. And this, of course, has been challenging mentally, emotionally, economically, physically, even as we've been reduced, maybe have less chance to exercise, get out, enjoy nature, enjoy just being outdoors. So we just contemplate our own particular challenges for a moment. And as we do that, we develop compassion for ourselves, wishing ourselves to be free from all these difficulties and wishing that we have the necessary mental strength to deal with whatever challenges we're facing. And then we can expand our motivation to include others. We can begin by thinking of the people we know, the people in our family, our friends, the people we work with or go to school with, and think about how this pandemic has affected them, it's brought to them. Maybe some of them have been sick. Maybe some of them have had family members or friends who are sick. They may have even lost somebody due to COVID. But then, of course, there's many other consequences of this pandemic. All the worries, the fears, the anxieties, the changes in lifestyle that just about everybody in the world has experienced. And we open to them, thinking, may they be free from this suffering. May this pandemic quickly come to an end, and may they have all the conditions necessary to flourish once again as human beings. Experience money problems here and ran out of all sorts of warnings on my phone. So, Chenrezig Institute, please be prepared that I disappear.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay, I'm back. Let's see how long it lasts. The Wi-Fi seems to have come back on. Sorry about that. That's one of the disadvantages of living in Nepal. There's many advantages to living here, but some disadvantages. So let's continue setting up a good motivation for this session. As I said, we try and expand our motivation now to include more and more people around the world, experiencing all the difficulties and challenges brought about by COVID-19. So we know millions and millions of people have been infected with the disease, more than 2 million people, and that's just those who are counted, have passed away because of the illness. And that means 2 million grieving families and more. Extended families can include many, many other families. And there are many places where the disease looked like it was becoming, coming under control. It's again becoming stronger. More people are getting the illness, especially with these new variants. Some places hospitals are filling up or already overflowing. You can think of all the people in intensive care units around the world struggling to breathe. And not only struggling to breathe, but very alone in this situation. Usually people have the support of their family when they're in hospital, but here in this case, people are experiencing this illness all alone, dependent on nurses and doctors who they can't even see because they're so covered up in their protective equipment. We open our hearts to all the people who are not in ICU, but it may be in hospital already or at home, but worsening and worried and anxious. All those who have had the illness but have not recovered completely. And all those experiencing all the other challenges that go with this pandemic. So we really open our hearts to them, and from a place of very strong compassion, wishing them to all be free from suffering. And also from a place of bodhicitta, wishing to achieve the state of enlightenment, that we may become perfect guides to lead them out of their suffering, to lead all sentient beings out of their suffering, not only the suffering of COVID-19, but all the sufferings of samsara that we find in all the different realms. So we try as best as possible to generate this determination. I myself am going to achieve the state of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, that I may lead all beings out of suffering, and may become a perfect guide, a teacher, showing them the path that's suitable to them, that will allow them to transform their minds into love, compassion, kindness, and bodhicitta, and the wisdom realizing emptiness. So we recite the motivation together 3 times, taking refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, Sangha, our precious holy gurus, and all the different forms of the Buddhas, all manifested for us to guide us, to enable us to overcome all the delusions in our mind and generate all the positive qualities. We take special refuge in the Dharma, not only the Dharma that's taught to us, but the Dharma that we integrate into our own mind and use to transform our mind into these excellent qualities of the Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So taking strong refuge, now we generate either ourselves as Chenrezig, if you've received the appropriate empowerment. Otherwise, visualize Chenrezig in front of you or above the crown of your head. And as we recite the mantra, we can visualize the rays of light and nectar flow out from Chenrezig's heart and from all the pores of his body. And we visualized all the suffering sentient beings sitting in front of us, and above each of their head there comes another Chenrezig. So from the Chenrezig visualized above ourselves or in the space in front of ourselves, on the ends of each ray of light is a Chenrezig that comes to the crown of the heads of all these suffering, in particular human beings, because of course mainly COVID has affected human beings. though it seems that also animals are subject to this illness. So if you can, include them too. And as we recite the mantra, rays of light and nectar flow down from Chenrezig again through the crowns of the heads of these sentient beings and descends into their bodies, washing away all their illness, all the suffering caused by the illness, and also clearing away the negative karma that is a cause for us to experience suffering due to COVID-19. If we don't have the karma, we won't experience any suffering due to this illness. So we wash away all that negative karma with the rays of light from Chenrezig's compassionate heart. So we recite this mantra for a few minutes. You can either chant it aloud or recite it silently, whatever works for you. The main thing is to keep the mind in a place of strong compassion and bodhicitta, really wishing ourselves, our family, our friends, and all sentient beings around the world who are suffering from COVID to be free from this illness. And of course, you can include all the suffering sentient beings in this world and in all the different worlds and realms, wishing that our prayers relieve all their suffering. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. So we can spend a moment thinking that all the negative karma and suffering of all these sentient beings visualized in front of us has been completely eliminated by the rays of light and nectar flowing from Chenrezig. And then we can visualize that the Chenrezig above the crown of each of these sentient beings' head dissolves into light and dissolves into their body. And they melt into light and completely transform into Chenrezig. So all these suffering sentient beings become the Buddha of compassion. All their negative karma eliminated, all their delusions eliminated, and all good qualities brought to perfection so that they achieve the state of enlightenment in which there's no more suffering. The mind is in a state of everlasting bliss and wisdom, realizing emptiness. We think how wonderful it would be if that were actually the case, that there were no more suffering sentient beings. Then we realize this has not yet happened. And so we bring our mind back to reality, back to this world where there's a lot of suffering. In particular, in this moment, we can experience the direct results of the COVID-19 pandemic. So then we recite the actual prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo, a great realized holy being of Tibet, who composed these words in order to put an end to an epidemic in Tibet. And out of the power of his compassion and bodhicitta, these words were effective and brought about the end of the pandemic. So we'll recite this prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grahas, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the question of gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Once again, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grahas, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time, coming from a place of very strong compassion and bodhicitta, really praying from the depths of our heart that COVID-19 may be eliminated from the face of this world and never return again, and that all other illnesses that are tormenting sentient beings and causing suffering may also come to an end right now, this moment. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, the result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And then we go to the dedication verses. And here what we're dedicating is not only the merits that we've created by doing this short session, but we bring together all the merits that we've ever created, not only in this life, but in all our past lives. All the merits we've been creating in this life, and all the merits we'll go on to create in this life and in our future lives. And then we combine these past, present, and future merits of ourselves with all the 3-time merits of all the Buddhas. This is a huge amount of merit just to become. For one person to become a Buddha is an incredible amount of merit. And here we're dedicating the merits of the numberless Buddhas, all that they've created in the past, that they're creating now, that they'll create in the future. And then we combine that with all the merits of the past, present, and future created by sentient beings, including all the Bodhisattvas. Lama Zopa Rinpoche often reminds us that the Bodhisattva's bodhicitta is so powerful that even just by breathing in and out, they're actually creating merit due to the power of their virtuous state of mind, wishing to benefit sentient beings. So we dedicate this virtue that we ourselves and all sentient beings may actualize bodhicitta, that whatever bodhicitta has been born, that it may increase, and that which has not yet been born, that it may arise in all our hearts, that ourselves and all sentient beings may realize emptiness. These are the 2 main realizations, together with renunciation, that we need to achieve enlightenment. So we're really dedicating here that we gain the realizations of the path to enlightenment. We ourselves and all sentient beings quickly achieve enlightenment. And then we dedicate with the verse from Bodhisattva Charyavatara, wishing that all sentient beings everywhere be free from sickness. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigrated beings, never occur again. So we really think this very strongly. May all the 3 times merits of ourselves, all Buddhas, and all sentient beings make this COVID-19 completely disappear, and all other sicknesses that are threatening the happiness, well-being, and life of sentient beings. May they all disappear immediately and never return. Then we dedicate for all those who've died, in particular those who died from COVID-19, but we can include all the people we know, all the sentient beings that we've heard of, encountered, who have died in the last, especially in the last 49 days. May they never ever be reborn in the lower realms. And instead, may they be reborn in a pure land where they can achieve enlightenment. And if they don't have the merit for this to happen, that they may at least receive a perfect human rebirth with all the conditions necessary to practice a spiritual path. And particularly, may they meet with Mahayana teachings. May they meet with a perfectly qualified Guru, revealing the unmistaken path to enlightenment. And by pleasing the mind of the Holy Guru, may they quickly achieve enlightenment. And then we go to the dedication, sealing the merits on page 5, to prevent the merits from being destroyed by giving rise to heresy or anger. Due to the all past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we dedicate it in the same way as all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones in the 3 times in order of good conduct. And then we pray for the flourishing of Lama Tsongkhapa's teachings. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merits of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of victorious one, Losandrapa, shine resplendent forever. Then we dedicate for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche and His Holiness Dalai Lama. And here we can include a prayer for the long life of all our precious holy girls. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, masterly accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior, myself, and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you very much for joining me. Thank you very much for Chenrezig Institute giving us our technological support. And
No worries. Venerable Sarah is supposed to be here, but Chenrezig Institute can take over now.
okay.
Thank you,
Thank
Venerable
you.
John.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Bye.
Goodbye.
It's also, I'm very grateful for thank you for you all organize this, for feel for our Guru on His own Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Therefore, right now it's very pandemic. It's all of the world. And therefore, as we are religion, special feather we are Buddhism, more special we are the Mahayana practitioner, is share our thoughts and share our praise, share our love for each other, all of the world. It's right now at the time is to share our love for others. As of course, there are all different religions, different ones, different faiths, try to the best they to pray for everybody. It's wonderful. Therefore, as we are the Sangha members, we cannot serve all the world to give the food, some service. It's not enough. Therefore, best we develop for our compassion, the loving kindness, and the bodhicitta for other sentient beings. Therefore, this is the best way. You know, we are the Sangha members, and the people trust us, people follow us. Therefore, we have big responsibility to also to serve the others, to mentally to share our prayers and practice. Therefore, thank you for the or the Sangha members, or the monks and nuns, venerables to join this, even I think maybe you guys did this many months. It's one.
Hi, Sarah. You're just on mute. Hello. Hi.
Hey, it's Chenrezig. Hello,
Hello.
Chenrezig.
That was a video.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to get on with my iPad, and it wouldn't get on, so I just went back to the phone. Yeah.
It's good to see
What
you.
time is it there? It's good to see you. What time is it there?
Just 10 o'clock.
At night?
Yeah.
Happy Losa and Losa Teshitale. May you be happy.
Happy Los.
This is my time for my Chenrezig, more Chenrezig caffeine. So I had this morning I did 3 sessions at the stupa.
Thank you so much.
And now I'm doing 2. So the reason I'm doing these sessions is not because I can do the session, but because I like to help out Venerable Damja.
Yes.
And okay, so let's take it away.
Thank you.
If I'm allowed to do that. So I had a very interesting evening last night, because yesterday I went to, I'll just tell you this story because I think it ties in with Perfect Human Rebirth and Impermanence and Chenrezig and everything. I actually yesterday went with a friend to Kathmandu. And we went, which is holy, Chenrezig, 4 or 5 brothers. And at the time of King Songtsen Gampo, I think I mentioned this morning, but I'll say it again. The time of King Songtsen Gampo, that's in the 600s, so 7th century. I'm not sure what was happening in England during the 7th century, but it's a long time ago. So King Songtsen Gampo was an emanation of Chenrezig. So there have been numberless emanations of Chenrezig, the special deity of Tibet, in this world, and there still are numberless emanations of Chenrezig in this world. And so King Songtsen Gampo, he wanted very much to bring Buddhism to Tibet. He was the king of Tibet. And so he prayed to Chenrezig because he realized he was going to need Chenrezig's help. And so he prayed to Chenrezig for help. And he had this vision. The light, his vision actually happened. But anyway, the story goes, this light came from the crown of his head, and it illuminated the space to the border region with India and Nepal. And at that border region, he saw this special Hari sandalwood tree, a special kind of sandalwood tree. And from that tree was emerging these Chenrezig statues. So these are self-emanating Chenrezigs who were coming into the world due to King Songtsen Gampo's prayers. So he sent his minister, Akasmati, sent him down to the border to find this tree. And when they found the tree, they saw the statues were coming out. And each of these different Chenrezig statues declared where they wanted to be. And so it was like along the route the Silk Route. To that, three of them remained in Nepal. So the two that are in Tibet, one is in the Potala Palace. So if you go to Potala Palace, you can still see it. It's a very precious, holy statue. Remember, this is the 7th century, so in the 600s. So quite amazing, isn't it? And then another one was in a taming temple. So they had these border region taming temples in Mangyo that were built to protect Tibet. And that one was brought out in the 60s, when 59, 60, when the Chinese invasion, when they came. So that was brought out, and it was brought to the Potala Palace, and it's with His Holiness Dalai Lama now in his private quarters. And it comes out once a year. It's a speaking Chenrezig. It comes out once a year. They're doing the money pills, blessing the money pills, and that statue helps to bless the pills. Then there are three here. So there is one which anyone who's come to Kathmandu is probably quite.
No, you're on mute.
On mute before
No,
the whole time? No, okay.
no.
Okay, so you're hearing the story about the Chenrezig statues, yeah?
Yes.
Great. Okay, wonderful. I wish I could put an image up. How to put an image up? Do I just go to photos and press an image?
Yeah, you search on your computer, and then when you've got it organized
Yeah.
off Google or from your photos,
Yeah.
you just, when you're ready, you just press the share screen button down the bottom.
Share screen. Okay, so I just look at the photos and then I press share.
Yeah,
Whatever's
whatever's on your computer will come up and will be shared. So,
Oh, okay.
and
Well, that would happen on the phone as well, will it?
yes, whatever's on the screen.
Okay. So, anyway, so there are three of these in Kathmandu. So I went to see one of them. I'm planning to go and see the other two. And it's really, the temple has 108 images of Chenrezig. It's really, really special, ancient art. And some of the Chenrezigs are standing, some are sitting, some are kind of dancing, some are kind of walking, some are wrathful, some are peaceful. I mean, it's an extraordinary thing to see. I've got one just on my computer here. Can you see this one?
Yes.
Anyway, I plan to go there and do a Zoom session of this Thangtong Gyalpo. Maybe next week I will do that. But the point was, for a short time, we were transported into this pure land of Chenrezig, and the Chenrezig statue was there, and I brought silk flowers, and the flowers were offered, and we offered as many bottle lamps as she would give us. I kept on saying more, but it's a kind of limited number. And so we just went into this kind of really amazing kind of Chenrezig space, then came back here, and last night, I'm alone in the hotel, and there was one other guest, invited other guests, got completely drunk, brought in prostitutes, and the whole place was electrifyingly scary. Couldn't sleep, and I was trying to figure out how to wedge my door so they couldn't break in, because there was screaming and they were drunk, and I didn't know if they were doing drugs, and so it was quite an extraordinary experience. How Chenrezig is with us all the time, and of course we have these amazing set of conditions because of the kindness of our gurus, who are all emanations of Chenrezig. And you over there, I mean, you are in Chenrezig's Pure Land. You have stupas there, right? You have a prayer wheel there. You have teachers there. You have Sangha there. You have everything there for Dharma, no? Where you are. And there you are, sitting there broadcasting these prayers from around the world to all over the world. So you yourselves are doing the activity of Chenrezig, blessed by Chenrezig. Your mind is inseparable from Chenrezig. The nature of your mind is no different from Chenrezig's mind. And that's in the refuge prayer, isn't it, that we recite? And he writes, and at the same time, we live in a world where there is so much suffering and drugs and abuse and violence, and it's quite incredible sometimes, those two worlds kind of we're in a very fragile place in a way, and yet we're protected, so protected. We're so amazingly protected. Yeah. So of course, the activity of Chenrezig, which you're doing, is the activity of all the Buddhas, all the numberless Buddhas are Chenrezig. They're all arise due to compassion, whether they're peaceful, wrathful, whatever. So which brings us to this practice, and no matter what is happening in the world right now, but of course Buddha Chenrezig is always there and always guiding. And we're so fortunate to have these prayers, and we're so fortunate to have these teachers and these gurus, and we're so fortunate to have all the conditions, the mental clarity, and the access to materials and the faith, and the time and the ability to be able to do these prayers. So it's almost inconceivable how fortunate we are to have these moments and to have this 24-hour stream and to be used by Chenrezig. And what's the opposite of abused? And used? I don't know what. To be a vehicle for Chenrezig in this way. So you over there are doing the activity of Chenrezig, blessed by Chenrezig, supported by Chenrezig, infused by Chenrezig, maybe that's a good word. And even the sound of this mantra, even the words, even the syllables of the mantra, even seeing this mantra can bring to liberation and enlightenment. It's so powerful. The 6 syllables themselves contain the essence of all the 84,000 teachings of the Buddha. We know that. And the sound of the mantra is the sound of great compassion. Okay, so the mantra itself is Chenrezig's holy mind in the form of syllables. It is Chenrezig in the form of syllables. Even the name Chenrezig has been blessed, so that those who experiencing fear by remembering Chenrezig or reciting his name, reciting 6 syllables, can receive protection. So Shantideva says that. I think it's Shantideva in the Bodhicharyavatara, you probably know, you've probably studied more than me, says that even Chenrezig's holy name is blessed. Okay, so remembering this incredible set of conditions that we have, and yet around us, everywhere, we see sentient beings who are suffering, and this is just the human realm. And then in the animal realm, we see sentient beings who are trapped, and they can't get out, and they don't have these conditions. They don't have even a refuge. Many of them don't have a refuge. Some have a refuge, some have a wrong refuge. Some have completely misleading refuge, and they totally entrust to that misleading refuge and to wrong views. So visualizing all sentient beings around us, all in human form, and in the space in front of us, forearm Chenrezig, in this case forearm Chenrezig. And of course, the holy body is white in color and seated on the open lotus and the sun and moon disk. So very radiating, exquisitely beautiful. So if you look at Chenrezig's face, it's like looking at when you look at his Hamstan on his face or Kyabje Rinpoche's face, they just Just you never want to stop looking. The whole mind feels blessed and peaceful and pacified. Just by regarding, just by looking. Then of course you have the right hand holding the lotus, open lotus, and then you have the crystal rosary. It's just like left is lotus. And the first two hands, very importantly, are holding the wish granting jewel at the heart. So that wish granting jewel symbolizes all sentient beings, and that all sentient beings are most precious and most kind. So whether they help us, whether they harm us, whether they ignore us, whatever they do, they are object of compassion. The more they are suffering, the more they're object of compassion. The more the delusions in mind, the more they are object of compassion. The more they are suffering, the more they're object of compassion. The more miserable, the more pitiful, the more wrong views, the more they are object of compassion. There is not one single sentient being, whether they are wealthy, whether they're the most wealthy person in the world, whether the poorest person in the world, and all in between, there is not one single one that is not object of compassion. A sentient being, if it's a sentient being, is object of compassion. Buddha is not object of compassion, but the sentient being is object of compassion. Object of Chenrezig's holy enlightened activity to bring to enlightenment. So sentient beings, most precious, most kind. So, without generating great compassion, there's no way for us to achieve enlightenment. Therefore, we need sentient beings. We need these objects of compassion. They're the most precious thing. So, therefore, they are most precious. They are most kind. And it's due to the kindness of the suffering sentient beings or objects of compassion that all the Buddhas achieve enlightenment. So our gurus, Sangha's, Rinpoche, all the enlightened beings, they all achieved enlightenment through great compassion by depending on miserable, suffering sentient beings, evil-minded sentient beings, those who do harm, as well as those who help, as well as those who are indifferent, those who have faith, those who don't have faith. Each one is object of compassion. Need. And they're kind. They're most kind, most precious. Then on top of that, if we're thinking about the long run teaching, then we're thinking that they've all been our mother and kind, not just once, but numberless times. This is what we're taught. So using this as a way of reflecting, thinking about our own mother and how kind she was, she is, she has been, whether she's alive, whether she's passed on, but the kindness of the mother, and thinking about kindness of mothers we see all the time around us. We see them, and just how all the time they're caring for the children in a similar way. The Buddha is all the time caring for us. Chenrezig all the time. All the time, Chenrezig's holy mind is focused on all sentient beings with great compassion, completely seeing our situation, our suffering, and guiding, helping, sending emanations. And those emanations, of course, include our Guru. So we have to be aware that the form Chenrezig in front of us is inseparable from all our Gurus. So the numberless emanations of Chenrezig guiding, and if we think about who is guiding us, who has guided us this lifetime, who is guiding us, well, obvious is our Gurus, that we seek guidance and protection from, and we study with, and we learn from, just by being around them, by watching them, by seeing how they behave. So very clearly, these are all emanations. So the aspect is for Chenrezig is our own Gurus, inseparable. Around us all sentient beings, and as done by remembering that since beginning last lifetimes, I and all sentient beings experiencing the suffering. We have, so there's not one single suffering we haven't experienced, not one single wrong, or whatever sufferings we see others experience, we've experienced. Whatever disease or sickness there is, not just COVID, we've experienced all of them numberless times. We've died numberless times. And we've had every single happiness numberless times, but still not liberated. So this has happened numberless times for us and for all sentient beings around us. We've taken every form of rebirth, and it will continue to happen until we achieve liberation, enlightenment. So who can help us, who can guide us, is only Guru Chenrezig in front. Therefore, in order to be of greatest benefit to all sentient beings, our kind mothers, we take refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, with infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Gurus, Yidams, and go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to Buddha and Dharma and Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own mind, the Dhammakaya. Oya compassionate one, who is a treasure of, I request you, please listen to me. Please guide myself, mothers and fathers, in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow with the tear of your great compassion. Please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please in with your hand of compassion, me and my greatest two fields of bliss. Please Amita and Chenrezig, in all my lives be virtuous friends. Show well the undeceptive pure mood, and quickly place us in Buddha's state. So what you're seeing is the special Chenrezig, the self-emanated Chenrezig, which is here in the Kathmandu Valley, which rose due to the prayers of King Sansang Gampo, who himself was Chenrezig, and who abides here in this valley to benefit sentient beings. So now imagine that the nectar and nitrate coming from Chenrezig purify all the sickness and all the cause of sickness, not just the COVID, not just the human sickness, but all the sickness of all sentient beings. And all sentient beings reciting the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Nani Padme Hum. Om Mani 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 Padme Hum. Nani Padme Hum. Om Mani 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 Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Umani bebe, 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 umani bebe. Umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe. Umani bebe, nani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, nani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, nani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe. Umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe. Nani nani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe. Nani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, nani bebe, umani bebe. Nani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe, umani bebe. Nani bebe ungo mani 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 bebe Nani bebe ungo mani 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 bebe Nani bebe ungo mani bebe ungo mani bebe ungo mani bebe Money baby, 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 money baby. Money baby, 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 Nani bebe ungo mani 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 bebe Mani bebe ungo 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 mani bebe Nani bebe ungo mani bebe ungo mani bebe ungo mani bebe ungo mani bebe Nani bebe ungo mani 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 Nani bebe ungo mani 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 bebe Nani ungo mani bebe 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 ungo mani Money baby, 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 money baby. Money baby, 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 money baby. Money baby, 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 money Mani bebe ungo 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 mani bebe Mani bebe ungo mani bebe ungo mani bebe ungo mani bebe ungo mani bebe Mani bebe ungo 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 mani bebe Mani bebe ungo 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 mani bebe Mani bebe ungo 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 mani bebe mani bebe ungo 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 mani bebe Mani bebe ungo 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 mani bebe Mani bebe ungo 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 mani bebe Mani bebe ungo 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 mani bebe Mani bebe ungo 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 mani bebe Mani bebe ungo 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 mani bebe Okay, so now going back to the prayer, thinking that the nectars and light rays from Chenrezig in front completely purified all sentient beings in all six realms. So the sound of the mantra does resonate throughout all six realms, and all sentient beings receive the blessings of Chenrezig, the nectar and light rays, purifies all their sickness and all the cause of sickness. And then it brings all the qualities and realizations of Chenrezig. And then think that all sentient beings transform into Chenrezig, reciting the mantra. And all sentient beings become Chenrezig. And then, of course, in reality, this hasn't happened yet. Sentient beings are still suffering. We're still living in a world with suffering with the COVID. So we need to recite this special, very blessed prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo. see how much time I got. I think I recite this a few times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, by the power of the Genius, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, that all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. I'm going to recite the prayer again. I think, as you know, there's so much benefit to see this image of Arya Jamali, as this is actually Chenrezig in the form of a statue, in the form of a very precious statue. And for centuries and centuries, these statues have been benefiting the Dharma and sentient beings. So it's said that when Guru Pamasam Baba came to Nepal, he looked for these statues. He looked for them and practiced and consecrated and blessed them again. So many great masters have practiced using these statues. So many countless sentient beings have made offerings and prayers to these statues, from the greatest masters to, most ordinary sentient beings. So centuries and centuries, these statues have been guiding. And of course, still to this day in the Potala, people go to see these statues, the minds are blessed. Here in Kathmandu, in Dharamsala, His Holiness himself, in his private quarters, has one of these special self-emanated Avalokiteshvara statues. So much blessing to see it. So if you just look at the image, and I'll recite this prayer again. I hope next week I will actually go there and do this practice at the temple itself. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. Now, whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits are harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And then the dedication. So as Rinpoche was saying the other day, that this prayer to generate bodhicitta is not a small thing. It's a very big, very vast thing. I think this was a few nights ago at Swayambhu Stupa or Bodha Stupa. Kyabje Rinpoche was giving this teaching, saying how this prayer to actualize bodhicitta is not a small thing. We do it all the time, but it's not a small thing because it's praying for every living being to be able to generate the supreme precious thought of bodhicitta in their minds, and where it has been generated to not decline. Jancho sancho remo che monon king yuji Kimonyomo memo igone kondu aisho. Remembering emptiness, dependent arising, particularly in respect to dependent arising, samsara nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect in dependent arising unbetraying. I seek your blessing and discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. So I think this was His Holiness was saying last week. What a special week that was, because Rinpoche requested teachings and His Holiness gave. And I think His Holiness was saying that, if you just think of emptiness is not such not so inspiring, but when you think of dependent origination, then it really is so rich and powerful for the mind. How special was that? So special. And then to hear His Holiness praising Rinpoche, like, so then we have this special prayer for His Holiness. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. So, of course, His Holiness is actual Chenrezig in this world, benefiting us, as is Rinpoche. Then we have this special prayer written, composed, I shouldn't say written, I should say composed, by Kajula for Rinpoche. And do that. Through illuminating all your appearance as far as the darkness, your clear mind knows the 84,000 heaps of Dharma, the power of the remedy to the 84,000 delusions. Your proclaiming dependent arising itself as it is in battle with the Maras, and worship the supremely kind, great Vajradhara on my crown. Clarifying the scriptures and realizations, the teachings of the many, you, Thangtong Gyalpo, spread and illuminate those teachings wherever they have not yet spread in the world. Having become an actual son of the conquerors, you bear hardships with patience. In your continuum is realization of the perfection of wisdom, subtle, dependent, arising. Precious jewel, Lord possessing love and compassion, who liberates upon seeing. Treasury of mastery of the all-arising interpretive and definitive scriptures. Supremely great among the great, fully comprehending and clarifying the meaning of emptiness and compassion. You guide all beings in the path to liberation. Perfectly qualified spiritual friend, my Guru, please remain forever. She who protects and fears the 3 times Aryatara. Please increase the lifespan, the activities, and beings who preserve the holy Dharma, and always announce separation, develop their spontaneous actions by the infallible data of the 3 routes. May all be auspicious. So with that, conclude the session, and any virtue dedicated simply by seeing this image of Arya Jamali, this very precious, sacred, holy image, self-emanated Avalokiteshvara that's guided sentient being for so many centuries. So simply by that and by reciting the mantra, may there be great benefit. And that's now I think someone else is taking over.
Hello, Venerable Sarah.
Hi, Amy. I can't see you, but hi there. How are you?
Is this the Setu Mahendranath?
Sorry?
Is this the Setu Mahendranath in Asan?
Yeah, this is the
Oh my
Asantal.
gosh,
This is the
amazing.
Asantal self-emanated Buddha.
So for
Yeah.
those of you that don't know, this is on the Laudo Pilgrimage Tour. This is in Kathmandu. It's a very holy, thank you so much, Venerable Sarah, for showing. This is an amazing, amazing temple and statue. And I do take people through there to see it because it's so special when we do a little walking tour on some of the pilgrimages in Kathmandu. Amazing, amazing statue. So it's so nice to see it there. Wonderful inspiration.
Yeah.
How are you doing? Are you in Kathmandu?
Yeah, I'm in Boda. And I went to Arijali yesterday. I went there, and there's 108 images all around, and we made offerings and we offered the flowers. You can see he's holding flowers. So I've
Wow.
been offering silk flowers to all the Buddhas. So I want to go and see the other 2, but I'm hoping next week to actually broadcast from there, because they have the 108 images of peaceful and wrathful and dancing and skipping and playing and everything. Chenrezig's around, so I'm hoping to actually broadcast and so
That
people
would be
can get the
amazing.
blessing.
That would be
Yeah.
fantastic.
Anyway,
Well,
so I'll pass over to
best
you, and
of good
please
health.
take care.
And it's lovely to see you, and I hope all goes well with you in the pilgrimage and the pandemic and everything. Hope it's all going well.
Yeah.
You're there in the Holy Land with the Holy Guru.
Well, the Holy Guru is up the hill, but I'm in the Holy Land. Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. So that's wonderful.
Okay, love you all. Take care. Thank you, Venerable Amy.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Welcome, everyone. Wonderful to see you. I hope you're all doing well. Thank you for joining. That's really a very holy statue. It's really auspicious to see that right now. It really is wonderful. Fantastic. So again, let's just check in with our motivation, making sure we're oriented in the best way and really directing this, because so many beings are suffering. And if you really begin your day, even though some of you may have started your day much earlier, and we're also in a very auspicious 2 weeks of the year right now, this first 2 weeks of the Tibetan calendar. It's a very precious time to practice. So, and it culminates the 27th is the Day of Miracles. That's our first major wheel turning day of the year. So I am going to be leading some things for Shantideva that day towards the end of my retreat. So just, you want to feel in your heart about all these beings and feel how limited we are with an ordinary mind. But if we have an extraordinary mind like a Buddha, and if we can get to that place quickly, because these beings need our help, and then we're one less person who needs help. But think of the benefit we could really help with all these beings. So it's really that purpose we want to do these practices, directing them towards our swift full enlightenment. But the real purpose is so we can benefit all these beings. And so it's with that purpose that we'll do these practices. And here's the Vajra Armor mantra. So please visualize in the space in front. And again, let me know if there's something you can't see, but there's a dark blue-black Vajrapani, wrathful aspect of divine power, of enlightened power. He's surrounded by a transcendental wisdom fire. And imagine out of all that, he's in the space in front of you, slightly higher than the level of your forehead, facing you. He's about 6 inches in height. And imagine out of all the pores of his body are signs of purification for the entire planet that stream out in the 10 directions. Things like Garudas, this little character over top his head is a Garuda, and iron pigs, scorpions, all those images streaming out of his body, purifying the planet of COVID in particular. And imagine that coming over to you, entering your forehead, throat, and heart. So purifying your body, speech, and mind as we recite his mantra. Om benza pe, om bama shavari pe, nempar shig naganentayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om bama shavari pe, nempar shig naganentayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om bama shavari pe, nempar shig naganentayata sarva verita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembar shig naganentayata sarva varita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembar shig naganentayata sarva varita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembar shig naganentayata sarva varita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembar shig naganentayata sarva varita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembar shig naganentayata sarva varita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembar shig naganentayata sarva varita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembar shig naganentayata sarva varita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembar shig naganentayata sarva varita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembar shig naganentayata sarva varita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembar shig naganentayata sarva varita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembar shig naganentayata sarva varita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembar shig naganentayata sarva varita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembar shig naganentayata sarva varita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembar shig naganentayata sarva varita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembar shig naganentayata sarva varita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembar shig naganentayata sarva varita, hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavari pe, nembar shig Tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pamasha vari pe nemparshig naganen tayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. So you could put your hand over your mouth if you like. We've just blessed our speech with a very powerful mantra. So as you exhale, imagine the blessed speech, the blessed air is going up your nose, continuing the purification. If you have any drink, you can blow on the surface a few times, taking a few sips. Again, feeling that purification. Imagine the blue-black Vajrapani in the space in front dissolves into emptiness. From that wisdom arises Black Manjushri over top your crown. He's facing the same direction as you, about 6 inches in height. This aspect of the Buddha of infinite wisdom, and this particular aspect purifies disease. So a similar visualization of the light rays streaming out of all the pores of his body to the entire planet, going to the 10 directions, cleansing all of COVID and all other diseases on the planet, and also descending through your crown, cleansing the disease as we, and any imbalances body and mind as we recite his mantra. Om taso juserter taserter miso ningola cho kala ja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om taso juserter taserter miso ningola cho kala ja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om taso juserter taserter miso ningola cho kala ja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om taso juserter taserter miso ningola cho Kalaja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo tazo miso ningola cho kalaja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo tazo miso ningola cho kalaja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo tazo miso ningola cho kalaja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om taso chuso taso miso ningola cho kalaja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om taso chuso taso miso ningola cho kalaja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om taso chuso taso miso ningola cho kalaja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om taso chuso taso miso ningola cho Kalaja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om taso chuso taso miso ningola cho kalaja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om taso chuso taso miso ningola cho kalaja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om taso chuso taso miso ningola cho kalaja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om taso juzo taso miso ningola cho kalaja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om taso juzo taso miso ningola cho kalaja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om taso juzo taso miso ningola cho kalaja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om taso juzo taso miso ningola cho kalaja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om taso chuzo taso miso ningola cho kalaja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om taso chuzo taso miso ningola cho kalaja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om taso chuzo taso miso ningola cho kalaja kam sham drum bebe soha. Please imagine the black manjushri over top your crown dissolves from the edges into the center of the visualization into a radiant drop of light. And imagine the drop melting into your crown. Feel the purification. As we receive all the blessings of his holy body, speech, and mind. This is the prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So we'll be reciting Om Mani Padme Hum, mantra of the Buddha of compassion, as much as you can, gazing at Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. The actual prayer, we're going to do this 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One last time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Pacifying the danger of weapons. O Mani Padme Hum, great loving, victorious one, Arya, sublime, compassion, eye-looking one, wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminates all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient being of the time of quarreling, sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering. From the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness and the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare, sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. A request to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, And then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the four elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. From His Holiness, Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. And we'll go to the dedication prayers. And also a little, just to mention, if anyone would like any more tsatsas, the Buddhist images I'm making, feel free, send me an email though, info@amymiller.com. Send an email if you'd like additional boxes, anything like that. I'm now just mailing them out as a box that's $21.90. The price just went up for the large. So I'm just mailing out the large. I have a new way of packing, so they're not breaking, and it's going quite well. So if you're interested in giving them, offering them to others in the United States only, it's hard to send them overseas. Please let me know, and I'd be happy to send you a box. Let's dedicate whatever merit we have created, taking whatever positive energy we have created to all the beings with COVID all over the planet. May they be healed instantly, and may no one get this virus ever again. Also for other diseases to be pacified, to be healed, and especially for Norma Harris, Kathleen Raffat, Peter Kay, people that are recovering or suffering from very serious cancer, and Owa, who's a dear friend of mine in his 90s in the Santa Cruz area, who is coming to the last stages of his life. So may he find all the support that he needs, like that. And for all the precious teachers to have perfect health, like that. O Janju Jensen Jod Rinpoche, Ma Ke Panyam Ke Gyurchi, Ke Panyam Pa Me Pa Yi, Gone Gondu Pelwar Sho. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may it always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me. May all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve highest enlightenment. And this very important one, reflecting on emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Just take a moment here to reflect any understanding you have of emptiness, that you lack inherent nature. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praise is the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Losar Tashi Delay, happy Tibetan New Year to all of you. And again, please do let me know if you would like some satsas. You can also go to my website to contact me, amymiller.com, and I'd be happy to send them out, and wishing you a happy Valentine's Day tomorrow. Lovely to see you, Venerable Tendrin, Nicole, those of you from Beata, from our center in Florida, Tuptenkunga Center, wonderful center in Florida, jumping in for the next round.
Have a good week.
Well,
You too. All right. All right, let's revisit our visualization. If you've been here a while, and if you're just joining us, take a moment to really imagine that you're sitting here surrounded by all sentient beings, of all the universes spreading out throughout space. So picture your father on your right, your mother of this life on your left, all their loved ones, your siblings, their partners, their children, your partner, your children, and your grandparents and your great-grandparents, all your friends, their partners, their loved ones. In this way, just keep growing this familiarity with the sentient beings surrounding you by touching your heart with their loved ones. Imagine all the people that you interact with without really knowing them. Imagine them with their loved ones, their partners, their children, their mothers, their fathers. And then all the strangers, people that we don't know in this life, but have known in the past and will know again in the future. They all have loved ones. And those people who agitate us, place those people there, there are particular precious sentient beings that will enable us to reach enlightenment quickly. Place those in front of us. And all those who are not happy with us, all those people we disagree with, have past hurts that we haven't forgiven. So we're surrounded in this way by all living beings. Now think about all the ones who've lost ones to this pandemic. So all the beings of the bardo, they're present here too. All those who are sick and ill at this moment, all those suffering from loss of jobs, from food insecurity, all those living in war zones, all those who do not have the good conditions that we have, as we're praying for them. All the people who are protesting oppression, people in war zones, people suffering from the difficulties of the elements, floods, earthquakes, fires. All these have loved ones, are worried about loved ones. We're praying for them. And try to generate a sense of joy that we have these good conditions so that we're able to do this for all these suffering sentient beings. How fortunate we are to have a teacher who tells us how to help others. It's really wonderful to have met the teachings, to have some very specific ways to be of benefit, all of which open our hearts to love and compassion for all sentient beings. Now imagine in the space in front of all sentient beings is a large jeweled throne supported by 8 great lions, on top of which is a seat of a variegated lotus and moon and sun mandala. On top of this sits the essence of our own root gurus, the aspect of the conqueror Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his holy body is the purest gold, and he has a Upanisha on the top of his head. Shakyamuni Buddha has one face and two arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth, and his left in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of nectar. He's wearing the saffron robes of a monk and is adorned by the marks and signs. His holy body is in the nature of transparent light, and he sits in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. Surrounding him are the direct and indirect gurus, yidams, Buddhas, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, and host of Dharma protectors and guardians. In front of each of these holy beings on a faultless throne sits the Dharma, explained by them in the form of text having the nature of light. So just get a sense of enlightened beings, just their presence are here with us. We do these prayers to help us understand that they're with us all the time. They pervade all of space, ready to help us in an instant. So think, from beginningless time until now, I and all mother sentient beings have been experiencing the various general sufferings of samsara numberless times. But at this time, we've been granted a perfect human rebirth, qualified by the 8 freedoms and 10 richnesses. These are difficult to find, but if we use them well, it makes our life highly meaningful. We can use these great conditions in order to create the cause for another good rebirth, to liberate us from samsara and even become enlightened. And doing these prayers is one of the ways in which our teachers tell us can help us make this life meaningful, using our precious human rebirth in the best possible way to help others. But all these sentient beings, including ourselves, are suffering from all these sufferings of samsara. Who has the power to protect us from these sufferings? Only in the enlightened beings abiding in front of us. Think, must achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all mother sentient beings. Therefore, we'll take refuge using the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo practice, the blessed prayer known as liberating Shakya from disease, as our precious teacher, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, has advised us to do, requested us to do. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So try to really have this sense of, why you're here, why you're doing these practices. What is it that inspires you, generates faith in you to have confidence in these objects of refuge? All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now think that a replica of Shakyamuni Buddha absorbs into you, and you are transformed into Shakyamuni Buddha. Light rays radiate from you, blessing all sentient beings, transforming them into the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha, free of all suffering, totally fearless, feel great joy. Just imagine being surrounded not by suffering sentient beings, but only enlightened beings free from all suffering. How wonderful that would be. Of course, this is just our imagination. We're all still stuck in samsara. We all have delusions in our minds. As the refuge field dissolves, thousand-armed Chenrezig arises in the space in front. Chenrezig is the embodiment of all the Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus and a moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful and decorated with magnificent jeweled ornaments. So when we're reciting the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, try to visualize these rays of light coming from the heart of Chenrezig, entering all of us, all sentient beings, through the crowns of their heads, freeing us all from the causes of suffering, filling us with all the causes of happiness. So we'll recite this mantra for several minutes, trying to keep this visualization in mind of this rays of light just filling us with everything we need right in this moment for temporary and ultimate happiness. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Mani 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 Padme Hum. So again, refresh your visualization of being surrounded by all sentient beings. We're saying these prayers for them. And we can picture that we're leading them in all these prayers. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever elements there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just imagine that Chenrezig is dissolved into light and absorbs into us, blessing our body, speech, and mind with his holy body, speech, and mind. And really rejoice in your efforts. Everything's being multiplied by 100,000. It's a great day to practice. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sickness. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly attain Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by me and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams, and may they only benefit and never harm each other. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. And for the long, healthy, happy lives of our teachers, for His Holiness, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in the world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the land of snow's teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who service the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three rare sublime ones. Savior, myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. I can't find the controls. Hello. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble. There we go. Thank you, Venerable.
Thank you so much, Venerable. Thank you so much. Goodbye, sweetheart. Good morning, everybody. I'll take over in this amazing 24-hour activity. It's so incredible. I think that all the slots are full, don't you think? Chenron, have you ever noticed or not? All the slots are full.
Yeah,
around
I
the
think
world. So. Every 30 minutes, a monk and nun comes along. It's amazing. Okay, we'll keep going. Thank you, sweetheart. Continue your retreat. So happy for you. Bye. All right, why don't we just Lama Chenrezig, the Buddha Chenrezig, all the Buddhas of the entire universe, all there no matter what. But we have to create the cause to see them, to want to have them to help us. It's a bit like, you become the best doctor in the planet. You're there. But, we have to go and ask you. You just don't sit there twiddling your thumbs. We have to ask you. And and this is the point, the more we request, this is the power of prayer. The more we request, the more we want, the more we do the actions of the mind, and then that's what causes things. That's what then is the cause for the Buddha to help. It's an interdependent scenario. It's dependent on rising. So we visualize Buddha there in the Sambhogakaya form. This is the form in which the Buddha manifests at a more subtle level. The great bodhisattvas, the Arya bodhisattvas can see them in this form. In the bodhisattva style. Totally beautiful, kind of in the prime of their youth, all gorgeous. This whole approach in the Vajrayana is meant to lift our hearts and make us, it's kind of utilizing another part of our mind. So there's Chenrezig, the manifestation of compassion, kind heart, goodness, love. And of course, if we have a spiritual teacher, the most powerful way to make it real is to think of the mind of our Lama manifesting as Chenrezig in the sky for the sake of us and all sentient beings. So this bodhisattva style, looking radiant, white light body, sitting is a male form, sitting in a lotus position with his right leg in front of the left on a multicolored lotus. On the lotus is a sun disk and a moon disk, like flat cushions, representing wisdom and compassion. Just imagine. Blissfully beautiful face, so gorgeous, full of unbelievable love and compassion. It's hard to imagine it because the only love and compassion we have is tainted by and limited by, dragged down by attachment, and we can't conceive of this level of compassionate love. It doesn't say it's hard to imagine it, but if we can imagine it, it encompasses every single being, and it's completely infused with wisdom and power, the three essential qualities of a Buddha. In the sky, dying to help. The only job of a Buddha is to help others based on wisdom and on power. For eons of practice to become a Buddha, so now the job is to help. This multicolored is 4 hands, first 2 in the front holding a lotus, what's called a wish-fulfilling jewel, and the second 2, each of them held aloft about the level of his ear, holding a lotus in one hand and then a crystal rosary in the other. The lotus is in his left hand, I think, and an antelope over his shoulder, which indicates his peaceful nature. Everything's radiant light. Radiant light. And this bodhisattva style of clothing, sort of silken. Yeah. And decorated beautifully with jewels and things on his throat and arms and feet and everything. And this a 5-pointed crown, like a tiara, on the front of his head. And his hair partially held up in a top knot. You see it in the front. Imagine it all. Everything's crystal clear, just would make us happy. So now we imagine At Lama Chenrezig's brow is a white Om, his throat a red R, and his heart a blue Hum. You know, these are the essence of the Sanskrit syllables and represent enlightened body, speech, and mind. And so now we imagine Lama Chenrezig, the Hum at his heart, the light goes out. No, we have to remember all the sentient beings now. Okay, now all the sentient beings in the universe, and we see them in the form of friends, enemies, and strangers. We imagine, right in front the enemies, and to the left the strangers, and to the right, to the left the friends, and the right the strangers. Objects of aversion, attachment, and ignorance. The three toxic emotions. The whole of space full, in front, behind, below, to the sides, as much as you can imagine. All the beings, but all in form of humans, just the form they can get enlightened in. So now Chenrezig, the light from his heart, the light beams go out from the Hung, go out to all the 10 directions of the universe, hooking the energy of the actual Buddhas in their abodes, in their pure lands. Trillions. Hooks this energy of the body, speech, and mind of all of the Chenrezigs, and it all comes back with that light and all enters into the Hung, and then makes him a billion times more blissful and powerful. And now this is called inviting the wisdom beings. And this merges into our visualization, and now they become non-dual. So now we imagine this is the actual Buddha right there. How amazing. Now, haven't memorized the prayer. Lama Zopa said one time he was so sad about how we in the West don't think to memorize, just make our minds lazy. Because if you memorize, it stays so much more deeply. We memorize lots of things. We've memorized so much. But but if you have memorized all the Dharma, it just stays there. Next life. Rinpoche Lama talks about this Yangtze Rinpoche, this kind Lama is mentioned, I think, recently. He's in Portland, and he's the reincarnation of Lama Yeshe's, one of Lama Yeshe's gurus from Sarah J. And when he first came to Kopan, he was about little boy, because his parents live in Kathmandu. Lama Yeshe told me that he'd be reciting all his texts in his sleep, little boy from last life. So convenient, it's so logical, Okay, so I haven't memorized it, shamefully. A few lines. Let's find the prayer. And then we can all together take refuge. All the beings of the universe, we can take refuge in Lama Chenrezig. And in all the things we're taking refuge in, as it says in the prayer. Okay, where are we? Prayer, here we go. All right. Now I've been interrupted with meditation, I'm so sorry. All right. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we think this, go for refuge, rely upon, I like rely upon, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha right in front of us. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, these meditation deities, the ones that we feel connected to, who are the ones we feel close to, whom we want to become in this life, the meditation Buddhas, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds. This is the Sakya way of talking. This is a Sakya prayer, Sakya Lama, the Dharmakaya, the actual enlightened mind, our own actual enlightened mind. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. The Buddhas have all this infinite power, but we want to have that. We want to become Buddha. And it's so logical if we understand it simply, that this is the huge function of devotion. You know, when you choose your guru very carefully, because that's going to be the Buddha for you, as Bhante Rinpoche says, choose your gurus very carefully because you're going to end up like them, then our hearts being open, like now, you know, we want sentient beings to stop suffering. We want to help sentient beings. We want suffering to stop. The more we want that, the more our heart opens, the more we reach out and rely upon the Buddha who's done this job so that we can do the job too. It's just such logic, actually. Devotion is such a powerful word, but it needs to be an appropriate object. Then everything flows beautifully. All the realizations will come. It's kind of logical. We've all got a heart. As Lama Yeshe says, we're all dying for love, you know. So true. So from our hearts, these thoughts have so sincerely. We want the world to stop suffering. We want suffering to end. We want to become Buddha. So just like this, just like Lama Chenrezig, because this is our natural potential. And the more we have confidence in that, the more courage it gives us. It's not just crossing our fingers and hoping for the best. So now we visualize Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sending from his brow, the white Om at his brow, radiant laser beams of white light that go out and enter into our brow and the brow of every being in the universe. And what this does, this time, most of the time we'll do it like this, is purify, number one, all the sickness, all the COVID-19 right now disappeared, instantly gone from the body. Can you imagine the relief of for all these suffering people? And then all the suffering of the body, experienced by the bodies, you know, which is the karmic result of killing of all these sentient beings. So imagine it disappeared completely, relieved of this suffering, relieved of it. Unbelievable. But not only that, it also purifies the causes, the past actions, the seeds from which are in our mind, you know, in the minds of all sentient beings. And we want to purify these other ones before they ripen. This is like putting atomic bombs under them before those seeds ripen, purifying all these causes of suffering, particularly the body here, particularly this sickness and suffering of the body. Imagine this, want this, as we recite. The light going out from Lama Chenrezig, and also the sound, as the sound goes out, the sound of the mantra, you know, it blesses whoever hears it, but also blesses our mind and our body right now, you know, as we say it, but purifying all these sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Really visualizing, wanting, visualizing, imagining. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and its and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from life there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. And as I always remind us every time, we have to remember this. We take it all for granted. If we've got that, radiance, power, long life, good health, well-being, do not take it for granted. It's the result of unbelievable past virtue, living in vows of non-harming. This is why we have any good thing whatsoever. It's the fruit of our own unbelievable virtue, so don't waste one single second of it. That's the learning. That's the real learning from karma. Not wasting 1 second of this precious life. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis and the dharma protectors, and the guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so now, again visualizing Lama Chenrezig, continuing to send this light from his brow, entering the brows, our brow, and all the beings of the universe surrounding us, upright, down, sides, behind, everywhere, entering and penetrating and filling our bodies completely, and instantly purifying all the sickness, taking away all the pain, but all the hopelessness of the body, all the inability of the body to do things properly, and all the heaviness and the, carrying around this load of bricks. All purifying the body, making it utterly light and blissful, every being. And then, of course, purifying all the other trillions of the seeds, the karmic seeds left in the mind, the imprints, the tendencies, the programming left in the mind from past harming, past killing. We've got to, purify them before they ripen as further suffering. Imagining this. As we say the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 As we continue the prayer, Lama Chenrezig continues sending out light, never stopping. Not possible. Taking away the suffering of beings and purifying them. We visualize that. We want that. We visualize that. So what empowers, the Buddha has already the power. Like you have the power to heal everybody. If you're a perfect doctor, you've got the power. You've done that job. That's your side. But I have to do my part to be cured by you. That's the point. I've got to ask. I've got to want. I've got to trust you. I've got to take your medicine, do your advice. It's really logical, you know. It's not self-existent. It's a dependent arising. And that doesn't diminish the power of the Buddha. It's a dependent arising. So the more we ask the Buddha, the more we want the Buddha, the more our hearts open to the Buddha, the more we practice, the more powerful are the actions of the Buddha. It's dependent on us. It's dependent on us. That's the point, you know. So wanting it. By all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions. Everything's from karma. The conditions are, ripen, trigger. Conditions come together and those seeds ripen. Such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from a mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings, that means animals and humans, all the others are spirits and the hell beings, that's different to them, be unharmed. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Of course, there's no Lord of Death. It's just the very creation of these Tibetans and these Indians and these tantric yogis. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. All the different beings they can harm. So the bit of sickness I'm having these days, and it's happened in the past, is possibly caused by what they call nagas. These are sort of an animal, a type of being, a spirit who's a kind of animal type, but this one in the aspect of a snake. And nagas have a strong connection with the Dharma, So they can cause harm, skin diseases and other diseases. That's what Nyangchen say. Possibly were thinking that. I don't know. Maybe. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, because we're made of the four elements. The body is made. The universe is consisting of the four elements. That's it. And this is when we understand the Vajrayana system, that the universe is full of sentient beings and then the four elements, and that's it. And all minds are intimately connected to their own set of the four elements. So how can we create sickness? Is by the mind being disturbed. That disturbs the winds, which in turn causes sickness, which in turn impacts upon the external elements, which causes external environmental karma. We create the whole universe, that's the point. Understanding this Vajrayana model of the four elements being matter and then minds, it makes sense. It's logical. Otherwise, it's just science fiction. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of this law of cause and effect, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May what all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we visualize Lama Chenrezig again from his brow, sending these radiant beams of white light, laser light beams that enter into our brow and the brows of every single being in the universe without exception, and instantly purifying all that, alleviating all the pain and suffering of the body instantly. How incredible. And then purifying all the seeds left from the actions, the imprints in the mind, the programming in the mind, purifying all that, the causes of all this suffering, which is the body in particular is killing. Or sickness, at least sickness and dying from killing. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Full of this white light, purified completely of the body. Amazing. And now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends from his throat red beams, laser beams of red light from the red R from his throat, penetrating into our throat and the throats of every being, this red light. And this time purifying all this is, mostly humans, I suppose, but some animals make loud noises that scare people, don't they? So maybe all the sounds that come out of our mouths, and particularly humans, purifying all our speech, all the results, first of all the results of negative speech, and all actions have all four results: types of rebirth, tendency to keep doing it, experience similar to it, and an environmental result. So we think of the results of negative speech, harmful speech, lying, for example. People don't believe us. So purifying that, purifying, that people don't pay attention to your words. That we can see that's like girl karma, isn't it? Women just, it's changing these days, but that's very much the karma of not pay. Your words have no value, no value. Your words are like meaningless words, meaningless sounds. That's due to past gossiping, rabbiting on, past lives. People thinking you're abusive, even if you're not. That's because of past abuse. Or you're always hearing abuse, like environmental karma. You're always around abusive sounds. That's the result of abuse. The environment doesn't work properly. The environment just kind of doesn't grow, and there's no lovely things. This is a result of negative speech. Everything we experience, positive and negative, created by our minds. So all the negative speech, the lying, You know, the harsh speech, all the bad mouthing behind backs, all the rabbiting on about nothing, all of this, all the results of this, and then all these causes, putting atomic bombs under all these past actions so they don't ripen as this suffering, full of this blissful red light. Every being purifying. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 All of this red light totally purified the speech. How amazing. Now from his heart, Lama Chenrezig sends radiant blue light like the sky, you know, blue beams from the blue hung enter our hearts, penetrating everybody's hearts, instantly purifying the mind, which is the cause of all this nonsense. The mind. And which part of the mind? The neuroses, the delusions, the misconceptions, the 21 synonyms that Lama Yeshe has come up with. I identified in Mahamudra and probably more. In, you know, dualistic puzzles, all these words I would come up with, trying to explain to us how these ridiculous misconceptions work. Misconceptions, delusions, disturbing emotions, neuroses, wrong views, whatever you want to call them. This stuff is not at the core of our being. This is Buddha's amazing findings. So they're eliminated, imagine, annihilated by this radiant blue light filling us. How incredible. Purifying, removing all the causes of suffering from all the minds of sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So now a few more prayers and then we'll do the final part of the meditation. Continuing, of course, even though we visualize all being purified, we continue to make all these prayers, continue to do these actions, continue to have these aspirations. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 300 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we finish the meditation with achieving all the realizations. How exciting. So again, Lama Chenrezig sends his beams of white light from his brow, enters everybody's, and this time filling us, every one of us, giving us, causing us to have infinitely, blissfully, wonderfully healthy bodies that can only benefit others. But not only that, and now activating all the karma we have when we've achieved Buddhahood, to be able to manifest in countless bodies throughout space. Even the lowest level bodhisattva can manifest in 100 bodies simultaneously. Countless imaginers full of this power to manifest trillions of bodies throughout all the universes to benefit every single sentient being. That's our potential. Imagine that. Full of this white light. Every being. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 full of all this amazing potential. How incredible. And now from Lama Chenrezig, from his throat, sends these radiant beams of red light from the red hour, enters our throat and fills us this time instantly with all the potential, the power of speech, the most important thing we need to benefit sentient beings. The greatest gift of the Buddha is the power of speech, such that any sound we utter, whatever it is, even our laugh, even our snore at night, will benefit whoever hears it. Every sound that comes out of our mouth, totally pure, totally blessed, to benefit. And all the words we say, whatever sentient beings need to hear. We see this with the holy beings, we listen to the teachings of His Holiness, and everybody hears exactly what they need to hear. It's like exactly He's talking to you. That's the power of the Dharma, the power of speech, the power of speech. And in our daily life, we need speech just to function, to get the shopping done, and to have the kids do what we need, and have to discuss with each other. We need speech. We need speech that is clear and appropriate and able to be believed and heard. It's incredibly important. Look at the crazy, insane world now, and the insanity coming out of people's mouths now. Anyone will believe anything they hear, like everyone's gone mad. So we just have to imagine the power of speech. So amazing. Full of this blissful red light, all beings. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And now from the heart, Lama Chenrezig sends blue light, this time entering everybody, and it's now activating our wisdom. The delusions have all gone. So what's left? Wisdom that sees reality as it is, and all the other virtues are just naturally part of our mind. Now they're free to come. All the delusions are manifesting, full of this blissful, amazing natural potential of our mind to be, and the bonus to be joyful. That's our nature, because the delusions have gone. Every being, liberation from suffering. How incredible! Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Oh, Mani Padme Hum. Now Lama Chenrezig sends all together, the three. And what this does, we've achieved liberation, and we can do more, Now this removes what they call the obstacles of omniscience, even the subtlest imprints left over from all these delusions. And this is what occurs when we combine it with bodhicitta, Purifies the mind even more. So the three together, white to the brow, red to the throat, blue to the heart, and achieving now, becoming now, everybody becomes now Chenrezig. Imagine that. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So now, to finish, we do the motivation as a dedication, and then we dissolve all the sentient beings into us in a minute. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, we go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So imagine now, all Lama Chenrezig now, imagine, comes to the above of everyone's head, every single being in the universe. You imagine. Now the lotus dart goes up into his body first. Imagine, dissolves into his body. And then he comes and sits above our heads, every one of us, facing the same way. Chenrezig above our heads. Everybody. The whole universe. And then very happily he dissolves into white light and enters through our crown. And for every one of us, he merges the energy of the body, speech, and mind of our guru, the energy of the body, speech, and mind of our lama, merge with the energy of our body, speech, and mind, becoming union oneness, as Lama Yeshe says. So now just imagine also all these Chenrezigs, these other Chenrezigs, all dissolve into us. Just imagine. And then now imagine we just expand to fill the universe. Imagine. Just for a minute, 1 minute. Just feel radiant, expansive, completely in the nature of bliss, as big as the universe. No thoughts. Zero, as Lama Yeshe would say sometimes. And then we just dedicate, just keep the thought simple. Just think. Here we've been this whole hour, as many moments as there have been, as many thoughts we've had, with just as many seeds we've planted. How incredible. Everything we thought, that's a seed we've planted. So we think, may all these thoughts, may these seeds manifest exactly as we thought, exactly as we meditated. And then we make the aspiration, to nourish these seeds from this second forward with our effort, with our goodness, with our practice. So they do ripen in the future, exactly as we motivated to become a Buddha to benefit sentient beings. And then we think, make compassion, bodhicitta, this amazing, outrageous, over-the-top, insane aspiration to only want to benefit others and to only want to become a Buddha for their sake. May that grow and grow and grow in the minds of all beings. And may all our teachers live long. I mean, the world needs them badly. His Holiness Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all our lamas, all our teachers, and may we live long. The world needs virtuous people existing on the planet. And we just delight. And that's it. Another hour gone like a dream. One day closer to death. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so, so much. Where's the next person coming on? Chenrezig Institute, who have we got?
It will be me, Venerable Rabina. I'm
Where's
sure
the me?
UK.
I'm looking for the me. Wait, hold on. I can't see which me.
Hello.
Oh, there you
You're the
are. There
favorite.
you are.
Hello, Venerable Rabina.
Thank you,
Lovely
darling.
to see
Thank
you.
you so much.
I dropped you an email, so
Did you?
so yeah. You know why afterwards. It's
Oh,
prayerathon, but no, it's lovely to see you. Lovely to listen to your
Venerable
sessions, and I absolutely love that photo you shared with yourself and Kyabje Rinpoche.
Oh, yes, I know.
What
Yes,
a lovely photo.
that was at Vajrayana Institute after Lama Zopa a couple of years ago.
Yes, it just oozes peace and calm, and
Good.
it's just wonderful.
Thank you.
Lovely to see you, Venerable
Yes,
Rabina.
thank you, Venerable Damsha, and everybody. Much love.
Oh,
Goodbye.
bye-bye. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much, everybody who joined Venerable Rabina throughout the session. It's always nice to see us so well received. If you joined us on Zoom or on YouTube, yes, she's always a hard act to follow. Our Rabina, she's just a gem, and we can just hope that we sort of pick up her knowledge and wisdom and charisma along the way. But here you go. It's also nice to have variety. But she's a new character, as you all know, because you joined her. So thank you very much. Okay, so Losa Tashidele, Happy New Year, Tibetan New Year. It's the year of the ox. And if you think about the ox being a very patient creature, working hard in the fields and very diligently, trotting along, creating prosperity. It's also been a sign of prosperity in many, traditions. How many oxen do you have? A bride for how many oxen? I don't know. But so it's an interesting year ahead. And let the new year, the year of the ox, bring you loads of patience to practice the Dharma, give you plenty of opportunities. May you prosper. And just take your time. It's, whatever's being thrown at you, just steadily go on, practice what you have to do. And, it's a long road ahead for us on the path. So we have this life and many, many lifetimes to go through. So we can work extremely hard right at the beginning and wear ourselves out, or we do nice, steady work until we get the job done. So wishing you all the best for the year ahead. If we take a moment just to bring the mind back into a nice quiet place, taking a few deep breaths. And while we're taking a few breaths, I'm going to recite a few lines, a few verses from the King of Prayers. So to help us set a little bit of a motivation for ourselves right now and to contemplate on while we follow the path. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them all as well. So that's going to be quite a lot of work. And it's easy to be overwhelmed. All sentient beings in all dimensions and directions of the universe, massive space. In the same way how you work the land, you start at one corner and you work across the field until you're done in a nice, logical way. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together in the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend, who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Again, recognizing that it's through the actions of body, speech, and mind we have been stuck in samsara. That these are the actions that we need to work on ourselves and, plant the seeds in others to change the motivations that lead them into samsara. So change that so that they may be liberated and their actions bear positive karmic fruit. And work is always easier when there are many hands. What's the saying? Many hands make light work. So again, if you think about the ox, if you have just one oxen and hundreds of acres of land to plow, it seems very, very daunting as a task. But if others join you with their oxen and we help each other, it's much easier to fulfill. Not working just for our own, but for the benefit of other sentient beings. Limitless is the end of space. Likewise, limitless are living beings. Thus, limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. Let's just remain positive. We don't stop halfway through the field and then say, oh, well, never mind the harvest. You would finish the field, you sow the crop, and you reap what what you sown. So may there be a good harvest of good motivation, good intentions, good karma, good benefit to all sentient beings. Let's visualize in this space in front of us, our guru in the form of Chenrezig. Those of you who have had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. If you haven't had the initiations, just visualize the guru in the space in front of you, above the crown of your head. If he is above the crown of your head, may he face with you in the same direction. If you join us from a different faith or more from a spiritual side that doesn't believe necessarily in deities, feel free to use any deity or image that you associate the most with great love or compassion. And visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light beam generously finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings wherever they are, near or far, furthest corners of the universe or nearby. And we recognize that all sentient beings like us are on the quest to seek an existence that is free from suffering and filled with happiness and joy, good health. And the Guru deity gives all these light rays so freely, the great love and compassion. And as the light enters their bodies and our bodies, we feel how the Guru's light nectar cleanses all our negative karma and delusions. And feeling the benefit, we call upon all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru deity. And we call upon them to be liberated from suffering. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infant like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called to all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru deity, the Guru is pleased and smiles upon us with great love and compassion. And we feel how the purifying light nectar that enters our bodies intensifies more and more, cleansing each atom of our beings and the space between those atoms, rubbing away, burning away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. And recognizing that the suffering that has existed and kept us in suffering comes from the actions of body, speech, and mind. Unguarded, we plant the negative seeds. Thoughts become words, words become actions. And we need to change those seeds. We need to change those actions of body, speech, and mind. In order to do so, to achieve the holy body, speech, and mind aspect of the Guru deity, we need to acquire love and compassion. So compassion and wisdom, Mani and Padma, and combining them in Hum to achieve Om, holy body, speech, and mind of the Guru deity. So as we recite the Mani mantra, we visualize how the purifying light of the Guru deity fills us more and more, lights us up until we start to illuminate and begin to radiate ourselves, exchanging light with all other sentient beings and the Guru deity, dispelling the darkness of negative karma and delusions, becoming one light source. And we see those closest to us light up maybe quicker than the ones furthest away. If it helps you visualize a lovely sunrise, see the light come across the horizon before the sun crosses the line, how it fills the sky, the warmth, the love, the peace. Just be in that moment and feel how the sun rises, dispels the darkness. And the sun shines for everyone, not just for us. We will chant the mantra several times out loud and then the rest on breath. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Having called all Mother Sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru deity, having taken refuge in the Guru, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, and through the great love and compassion of the Guru deity and the recitation of many mighty mantras, may we visualize ourselves now as purified from all negative karma and delusions, having reached the aspects of the Guru deity to benefit all sentient beings. We're holding on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can, maybe last at least for the duration of those prayers, so that we may benefit maximum number of sentient beings with the purest of intentions. And as we recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, visualize how through the power of the prayer and the purity of our intentions, the effects of the pandemic are being transformed, burned away, all that was negative may it be turned into a positive. May those who have been sick restored to good health. May those who suffered hardships be given whatever wealth they need to overcome those struggles. Food, financial means, housing, whatever they need at this time, whatever releases them from the suffering and the claws of the pandemic. May they be given whatever substance is required. And with the purest of intentions, keep visualizing that and believe in the power of the prayer and the power of the compassion. And as we recite, keep on visualizing how we, as a collective light source of love and compassion, keep burning away all those negative influences that cause suffering to all those sentient beings who have yet to be liberated from samsara. May all the diseases that tear in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sad the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the element, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Visualize now how through the power of this prayer, the pandemic, the effects of the pandemic have been pacified, neutralized, and burned away. The source of sufferings have been taken away. And if we have recited collectively, correctly, and our collective karma is good enough, we will see that the pandemic keeps subsiding or has been completely neutralized. If we still see effects of it, we do not despair. Just like taking an antibiotic, the first dose, might show some benefit, but if we cease the treatment of the source infections too early, then a resistance develops against that antibiotic, and it makes it much harder. So we need to carry on, taking the appropriate medication for the circumstances, making sure that we do whatever we can to limit our exposure, to increase the benefit of the healing process. We have to look already at, the positive developments. If you think back just about a year ago, when the pandemic hit the world big style, no vaccinations, uncertainty how to best treat the effects of COVID. Now we have so many vaccinations coming out, so many trials, so many vaccination programs in place. And yes, it will take a little while to take full effect, but what a tremendous collective effort, particularly in the last few months, I mean, if we look at Nepal, you know, it's for whatever reason, Nepal hasn't been hit that hard. You know, whether it's because their close connectedness to the Dharma. So keep on believing, have faith, you know, and do whatever you can to be of benefit to other sentient beings and protect them and protect yourself. So we do dedications. May we dedicate wholeheartedly to the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May they be free from suffering and its causes, and may we be the ones who enables them to be free of suffering and have all the causes for happiness. May we dedicate to the precious community of Sangha, not just in our own tradition, but all those other traditions and other faith groups who have engaged with the purest of intentions to combat the effects of the pandemic. May they all have long and healthy lives, and those who follow the path, may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, so that they may benefit all other sentient beings in future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the lay community who supports the Sangha so graciously, offering time, free of charge, effort, financial support, you know, to ensure that Dharma centers are running, teachings can take place, translations and books can be published and financed, larger projects, charitable projects can be organized and benefit all sentient beings. Without them, you know, so much would be unachievable. So thank you to all of those. May they always have the benefit of the community and precious teachers nearby in this and all in future lifetimes. May they all have long and healthy lives, and may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate particularly to our precious gurus who led us, you know, the first few steps on the path. And then as we grew, gave us different challenges to accomplish, you know, just as we needed them along the path. May they all have long and healthy lives. May they always be our precious friends in this and all future lifetimes. May they always achieve enlightenment. May I particularly dedicate to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, whose existence in exile has brought the Dharma to the West in a grander scale. A precious gift to us. May His Holiness's wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may he live a long and healthy life and be our precious beacon of compassion in this and all future lifetimes, and may we benefit from his presence wherever we meet him. Was Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who tasked us with this prayerathon. His forethought is great, having engaged us far more into the practice than we maybe usually would do under different circumstances. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy life, and may he always be our virtuous friend in this and all future lifetimes, and may his wishes be swiftly fulfilled. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all sentient beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel Buddhacita that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the number of sentient beings. May all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in one's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and number of sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Just the long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. His Holiness. Gangri rawe kawe shingam di pandang dewa malu jongwe ne Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso yi shape site badu tengyu chi. Lama Zopa. Tupzul Chang Jing Yam Gun Gelwe Tenzin Kun Pelwe Kun Zodok Po Tse Chokzon Kewe Lek Nun Tu Dru Pa Dak Sok Dul Je Gun Du Shap Ten Sho. Thank you, everybody who joined me throughout this session. Thank you if you stayed on from Robina, and if you're staying on for, oh, who's there? Christiana, is that you? Are you taking over?
Yep.
Ah, wonderful. And thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so beautifully for the last, 29 weeks. So thank you very much for the steady flow of tech. And I shall hand you over to Christiana. Lovely to see you. It's been a while.
Yeah. Also, very nice to see you. When I started here, when I came here, I thought, oh, right, it's Venerable Dancho. Yeah, thank you.
Let's see what the man is up to again. Cool, Meg. No, it's
okay, dear. Thank you so much.
All right, I'll see you afterwards. Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Bye, everyone.
Hi, Carol. Hi, everybody. Ok, ora parliamo in italiano. E ricordiamoci innanzitutto che anche se le sessioni in italiano sono poche rispetto a quelle in inglese e anche se noi stessi non ci impegniamo poi molto, io stessa faccio solo una mezz'ora al giorno, non faccio molto, però la pratica di Dharma più geniale è quella del rigioire dei meriti degli altri, delle positività altrui. In questo caso la positività di questa maratona è enorme, è enorme. Noi pensiamo, vabbè, ma è solo il sabato, ma d'altra parte non possiamo andare avanti, cioè sarebbe proprio insensato poter andare avanti per mesi ed anni ogni giorno facendo maratona, dato che ognuno di noi ha le sue proprie pratiche, i suoi propri impegni, chi insegna, chi fa ritiro, chi ha famiglia, chi ha lavoro, chi è medico, chi è infermiere e quindi chi dà da mangiare, cioè chi offre da mangiare con i suoi esercizi commerciali. Tutti siamo coinvolti nel fare il beneficio degli esseri e se intendiamo che questa maratona benedice tutti quanti questi esseri meravigliosi che sono tutti al lavoro per far del bene agli altri, certo lo fanno anche per lavoro, per mangiare, per guadagnare, come si fa se no? Si muore? No, si muore. Si lavora e si cerca di guadagnare, però tutto, per esempio stamattina io sono andata a fare la spesa, ci vado molto poco, ci vado tipo ogni decina di giorni, al massimo ogni settimana e ci sono andata con addosso ancora questa cappa di benedizioni delle preghiere che abbiamo fatto ieri, che era il primo giorno dell'anno tibetano, era un giorno molto speciale. E quindi vedevo tutti questi commercianti, cioè chi gestiva il piccolo supermercato del paese, chi gestiva il negozio di verdura, chi gestiva la panetteria. Per via delle benedizioni li vedevo tutti come bodhisattva, come persone che sono di beneficio agli altri, forse inconsapevoli, non lo so, non posso dirlo, ma non è detto che fossero consapevoli. In ogni caso, se tutta questa gente fa un lavoro per gli altri, siamo interdipendenti nell'esserci di beneficio e in particolare questa nostra maratona, poiché è collegata alla maratona che da 60 anni 24 ore su 24 svolge Lama Zopa Rinpoche, poiché è collegata alle preghiere efficaci del Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, che sono espresse in modi un po' poco moderni, va bene? E queste strofe di Thangtong Gyalpo non sono molto eleganti per noi oggi moderni, sono un po' come il Foscolo, per dire, come un poeta un po' antiquato, però hanno il potere di guarire. Ok, quindi ricordiamoci innanzitutto che cosa meravigliosa che stiamo facendo insieme a tutti gli altri esseri che sono di beneficio per gli altri. Ricordiamoci di benedirli quando reciteremo il mantra di Buddha Avalokitesvara, perché la loro attività sia sempre più consapevolmente orientata verso il beneficio altrui. Ok, quindi con queste premesse iniziamo la pratica prendendo rifugio. La presa di rifugio è l'essenziale, basterebbe saper prendere rifugio, prenderlo spontaneamente, con completa fiducia, con completa profondità. Basterebbe questo, non ci sarebbe bisogno di tanto altro. Però siccome invece diamo alle parole un'ampiezza limitata dalla nostra visione, allora faremo anche altre pratiche oltre al rifugio, ma ricordiamoci che la più importante è questa del sedersi fiduciosamente al cospetto di tutti gli esseri risvegliati che hanno superato tutti i problemi che abbiamo noi, hanno superato i conflitti, le afflizioni mentali di attaccamento, avidità, odio, invidia, orgoglio, gelosia, senso di inadeguatezza, senso di colpa, che è uno dei peggiori movimenti mentali che ostacolano la nostra pratica spirituale. I Buddha hanno allontanato definitivamente da sé tutto questo e ci chiamano, è quello che vogliono, aiutarci a ottenere lo stesso stato, va bene? Quindi questo è il rifugio, che noi accettiamo questo loro invito. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Maestro Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Ripetiamo altre 2 volte. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel suo insegnamento, il Dharma, e nella comunità che applica l'insegnamento, il Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Questo è il rifugio essenziale. Prima abbiamo parlato del rifugio esteriore, cioè vedere gli esseri illuminati come altri da noi, ed è già un rifugio estremamente efficace, estremamente positivo, ma può essere positivo fino in fondo solo se ricordiamo che questi esseri risvegliati sono l'espressione della nostra potenzialità di risveglio. Se noi non avessimo il Dharmakaya nella nostra propria mente, cioè il corpo di verità, la dimensione di verità della nostra propria mente, non potremmo avere completa fiducia negli esseri risvegliati fuori di noi. Gli esseri risvegliati fuori di noi e noi abbiamo la stessa mente fondamentale, la mente di verità, la dimensione di verità, il Dharmakaya, la chiarezza vuota. Vuota di che? Di essere intrinsecamente esistente. Ora non possiamo dire di più. Ora specifichiamo il significato di queste parole che abbiamo recitato con una visualizzazione. Immaginiamo che davanti a noi risiede l'essenza delle qualità compassionevoli di tutti gli esseri risvegliati nella forma in una forma umana, diciamo così. Non si tratta di una forma, non si tratta di un essere umano, è un essere risvegliato, ma la forma appare come umana appunto per connettersi con noi. Si tratta di una figura bianca con un volto, 2 braccia e 2 gambe, luminosissimo, che ci guarda con grande amore. È molto contento che vogliamo connetterci con lui nella sua manifestazione perfetta di compassione che abbraccia tutti gli infiniti esseri, li purifica da tutte le loro qualità negative e dal karma negativo, dona loro tutte le qualità positive che permettono loro di non creare più negatività e quindi li liberano dalla sofferenza. La sofferenza viene dall'accumulo di karma negativo. Quindi il Buddha della compassione, dicevamo, Avalokitesvara, emana raggi di luce da ogni poro del suo corpo. Questi raggi di luce sono infiniti, vanno a colpire tutti gli esseri umani, non umani, e sappiamo che noi pratichiamo in particolare per la pandemia, però ci sono tante pandemie, negli animali, ci sono tante sofferenze in generale oltre alla pandemia. Perciò pensiamo che questi raggi di luce colpiscono indistintamente tutti gli esseri vincolati al ciclo di sofferenza e ovviamente noi stessi siamo pervasi da questo raggio di luce che ci permette di liberarci da tutte le negatività e di progredire nel sentiero fino a diventare risvegliati noi stessi. Ok? Ci connettiamo in particolare col Buddha della compassione Avalokitesvara non solo attraverso la visualizzazione, ma attraverso la sua sacra parola, il suo sacro mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Lo recitiamo un po' di volte. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Bene, adesso per un paio di minuti gioiamo, ci rallegriamo, facciamo una meditazione silenziosa pensando alla fortuna incredibile che abbiamo avuto di associarci a Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara, al Buddha Avalokitesvara, nella sua pratica di aiuto agli esseri senzienti, cosa che è un privilegio raro, succede difficilmente di potersi associare all'attività di un Buddha. Noi abbiamo questa grande fortuna, quindi ci rallegriamo. Questo va a beneficio di tutti gli esseri, ci rallegriamo. Un paio di minuti in meditazione in silenzio. Grazie. Adesso recitiamo la preghiera del Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, che l'aveva composta proprio per guarire un'epidemia in un monastero di scuola Sakya tibetana, e quando i monaci la recitarono l'epidemia guarì. Questa preghiera è stata trasmessa da maestro a discepolo in lignaggio ininterrotto fino a noi e quindi ha lo stesso potere, perché i maestri che ce la consegnano hanno le realizzazioni di grande compassione e di conoscenza della vacuità. Questo è essenziale per una trasmissione, quindi oltre alle parole. Quindi recitando noi questa preghiera che ci è stata data dai nostri maestri realizzati, possiamo aiutare gli esseri a guarire da questa pandemia. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano da karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhutta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere intoccati da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il semplice suono dei cui nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, dalle 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi, causata dai 4 elementi che privano corpo e mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che corpo e mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari e supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora riflettiamo, abbiamo tempo oggi, quindi riflettiamo un pochino sulle dediche generali che danno un potere straordinario a questa pratica che abbiamo fatto. Il potere è dato dal fatto che ci colleghiamo con queste dediche alla pratica di tutti gli esseri illuminati, non solo Om Mani Padme Hum, non solo la preghiera che libera dalle epidemie, ma la pratica essenziale, la pratica profondissima di tutti gli esseri illuminati. Possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta che non è ancora sorta sorgere, possa quella che è sorta non declinare, ma accrescersi sempre più. Bodhicitta è la mente che vuole il risveglio per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Quindi sia in noi che negli altri, quella che ancora non si è sviluppata che sorga, quella che si è sviluppata possa aumentare. Samsara e Nirvana mancano di anche un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca. Eppure causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le vostre benedizioni, o risvegliati, per capire il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, secondo cui queste due affermazioni sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittorie. Le due affermazioni sono che né Samsara né Nirvana sono veramente esistenti, eppure karma, causa ed effetto funzionano infallibilmente. No, queste due affermazioni non sono contraddittorie, ma complementari. Questo Nagarjuna, il grande filosofo realizzato Nagarjuna, l'ha compreso e l'ha spiegato, e noi chiediamo le benedizioni dei risvegliati per capirlo. In tutte le mie vite possa io non essere mai separato dai guru perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma e, completando le qualità di terreni e sentieri, possa io velocemente ottenere lo stato di Vajradhara, il Buddha primordiale. In particolare dedichiamo perché il capostipite del lignaggio Gelug, che è un lignaggio in cui tutto viene spiegato e niente viene imposto per fede, tutto viene spiegato. Se aderiamo alla spiegazione, bene; se non aderiamo alla spiegazione, non la dobbiamo accettare. Questo è il lignaggio di Lama Tsongkhapa. Ora preghiamo per poter seguire questo lignaggio. Lama Tsongkhapa ovviamente è il grande lama che ha dato il via a questo tipo di scuola. Tramite la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come mio diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le mie vite, possa io non distogliermi mai, nemmeno per un secondo, dal puro sentiero che è altamente ammirato dai vittoriosi, cioè dai Buddha. Possa io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso, lo Santrapa, cioè sempre Lama Tsongkhapa, che ha vissuto una vita eminente, dotato di pura moralità, col cuore coraggioso nel compiere le azioni estese dei Bodhisattva, e possa io incontrare lo yoga in due stadi, la suprema saggezza trascendentale di beatitudine e vacuità non duali. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e il vento, le medicine e il legno nella foresta, possa io sempre essere goduto da tutti gli esseri senzienti, così come loro vogliono, senza fare resistenza, goduto, usato. Hanno bisogno di noi? Ok, qualunque cosa abbiano bisogno gliela diamo. Hanno bisogno di noi per sfogarsi, insultarci, umiliarci. Hanno bisogno di questo? Perfetto, glielo diamo. Pregando che non si facciano karma negativo, esagerato. Possa io tenere gli esseri senzienti cari come la mia vita. Possano gli esseri senzienti tenermi massimamente caro. possa tutto il loro karma negativo maturare su di me e tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Finché tutti gli esseri senzienti non saranno liberati dal samsara, dalla ruota dell'esistenza di sofferenze inestinguibile che va avanti da tempo senza inizio, ma che può avere una fine, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se ho già ottenuto la suprema illuminazione. Possa io diventare come un gioiello che soddisfa i desideri, che soddisfa è come un albero che concede tutto ciò che è desiderato, che concede i frutti desiderati, soddisfacendo tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Tramite il mero vedermi, udirmi, pensarmi o ricordarmi, così come toccarmi o parlare a me, possano tutte le sofferenze istantaneamente essere pacificate e possa esserci felicità per sempre. Ora facciamo un richiamo, ci unifichiamo con la dedica di tutti gli esseri illuminati, che è molto più profonda di quella che noi appunto con queste parole abbiamo potuto esprimere. Dedico completamente tutte queste virtù per potermi addestrare proprio come l'eroe Manjusri che conosce la realtà e proprio come Samantabhadra. Dedico tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica lodata come la migliore da tutti i vittoriosi che sono andati oltre nei 3 tempi per avere una buona condotta. Ora facciamo dediche per 2 delle manifestazioni illuminate che si sono presentate su questa terra in forma di esseri umani proprio per aiutare noi esseri umani, altrimenti se fossero rimasti nel loro stato celestiale non li avremmo potuti contattare. Ce ne sono molti di questi esseri, bisogna avere la consapevolezza che sono tantissimi tra noi nel mondo. Noi adesso dedichiamo per quei 2 con cui abbiamo in questa associazione FPMT, con quelli con cui abbiamo maggiore connessione, maggiore familiarità. Il primo è Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, che come sapete è una manifestazione del Buddha della compassione, riconosciuta come tale, una manifestazione di Avalokitesvara. Tu che sei il gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, sorgente di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile supremo Tenzin Gyatso, possa tu avere una lunga vita e tutti i tuoi desideri santi possano essere spontaneamente soddisfatti. Ovviamente, siccome questi esseri sono di enorme beneficio, di incredibile beneficio per gli altri, noi vogliamo che abbiano una lunga vita. Ora dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, che è l'ispiratore di questa nostra maratona ed è l'ispiratore soprattutto con il suo esempio, come dicevo fuggevolmente all'inizio, è l'ispiratore perché da 60 anni egli non dorme, non si cura del mangiare, non si cura di niente di materiale, tutta la sua vita è completamente dedicata al beneficio degli altri tramite le preghiere, le benedizioni, gli aiuti, i consigli, le attività, le offerte in denaro, egli raccoglie denaro dai suoi studenti e lo va a offrire a chi ne ha bisogno. Quindi la sua vita è tutta una maratona e noi abbiamo una fortunata connessione con questo essere straordinario, preghiamo per la sua lunga vita. Tu che sostieni la moralità del soggiogatore, che servi come potente sostenitore di tutto, supportando, preservando e diffondendo la vittoriosa dottrina di Manjusri, tu che magistralmente compi preghiere magnifiche che onorano i tre sublimi, Salvatore di me stesso e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Aspettando che arrivi il prossimo leader, recitiamo di nuovo Mani Padme Hum. Aspettando che arrivi il prossimo leader, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Venerable Dancho, we are ready for you. Thank you. You are still closed. Your microphone is still closed.
Better?
Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's okay.
No, you were in such a lovely swing. I thought, I wonder, does she just want to carry on?
Yes, okay. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Venerable Christiana.
Thanks to
Wonderful.
you.
Yeah. No, it's lovely to see you, and I hope we get a chance a bit more frequently. It's been a bit busy the last few weeks. Have a lovely Losa.
Are you able to understand Italian? No.
I pick up a few words when I try and listen in. But no, I've never learned Italian. I should. It's a lovely language. It has a nice melody to it.
Lovely, yeah.
Look after yourself.
Ciao, caro, grazie.
Okay. Well, yeah. Hello, Venerable Carol. Carol. I met you, Venerable now, Carol. Hello. Really, hello. And Chenrezig Institute. Thank you very much for joining. Well, that was our dear Venerable Christiana. That's just wonderful. The mix of beautiful characters we have with this prayerathon, and you know, if you haven't found one that appeals to you, I don't know what else we can do. They're just so loving and giving, the people that we do this these prayers with, and it's a great privilege to be part of this project with so many wonderful people, and. I said it in the past, and I keep saying it. You know, what you see on screen is just, you know, we're just small. There's so many behind us who encourage us, who keep us, you know, afloat with the tech side. You know, like Chenrezig Institute always hosting us so diligently, making sure we have the links going on Zoom and on YouTube. You know, all the admin people. There's so many that makes this project work. So. You know, it's wonderful. Thank you very much to the whole community out there, and of course you who are tuning in to watch us, to take part as part of the practice. We go like, oh, strange fella, this one. But anyway, I hope you're having a lovely weekend. Some of you may know it's Tibetan New Year, so Losa Tashidele. It's the year of the ox. Prosperity, you know, patience, and a good work ethic. You know, that's what we really need in life to get through, you know, the uneven roads that we sometimes find, you know, in front of us. Just take your time and make the most of the experience along the way. So yes, let's take a moment just to take a few breaths. Sorry if I'm looking sideways, just making sure the dog was all right. She just had some food. She's sometimes she puts her face around the corner and in front of the camera. So if you just take a moment and take a few deep breaths and just find a nice quiet space within. Just feel the sensation of your breath how the air rushes, across the tip of your nose, up the nostrils, up the nose, around the bend, down through the oral nasal cavity. How the air goes down the windpipe, and as then branches off into the left and right lung. How it reaches the far corners of your lungs, and how the lung then inflates. How your chest expands, your diaphragm works, your muscles move as you inhale and then exhale. And just as you come to the point when your lungs are nice and full, just for a moment, just hold on and pause and gently relax and feel the air go out. And when we have reached a nice quiet point, we can reflect on the levels of the three levels of motivation. Now, depending where you are right now, and depending on what time it is, you either may set your motivation for the day. If it's morning, you may just check your motivation if you're sort of halfway through the day. Or you may just check how you did with the motivations throughout the day. If you're, sort of more towards the end of the day and about to sort of turn in for the night. Today, as much as possible, I will harm no living beings with the actions of my body, speech, or mind. Will I watch my thoughts? Will I watch my words? Will I watch my actions? How did I do? How did I do throughout the day? Where did I stumble? Actions are manifestation of the mind. So we did something, trace back. What was the trigger that we ended up doing this particular deed? Say this particular word, sentence. Use the particular sound of our voice, were we calm or were we ill-tempered? What was in our mind, that made us get agitated? Or maybe even felt love and compassion? How did we feel? Could we see the situation arise? Could we have stopped any sort of negative aspect growing earlier on? And were we egging ourselves on? Come on, say it, say it, say it. I tell him. I give you peace of my mind. Or do we just go like, okay, getting angry, I'm getting annoyed. Those of you who listen to Venerable Robina, you may have often heard her say, Anger is when the ego doesn't get what it wants. Very powerful statement. So when you see it building up, your frustration, ask yourself, what is it I don't get? What do I want? What does my ego want? You know, I didn't want that. You know, I want this attachment. You know, you don't want, I didn't want this. Aversion, maybe hatred. I don't care, you know. If we don't care, if we trained our mind well enough, or we just, you know, lax with our thought processes. What is it my ego doesn't get? You will be surprised how quickly that stops you from elaborating past the thoughts. How you suddenly stop yourself saying these words. How by stopping the manifestation of words, you suddenly stop the manifestation of actions. What is it my ego didn't get? On the other hand, if you feel joy because you could do a good deed for someone, particularly when it comes from a selfless point, how did it make you feel to see that person smile? All you may have done, just look at them, smile back. How often do we walk past homeless people and avert our gaze? Is it the homeless person's fault that we can't deal with it ourselves? It's really coming from within, it's coming from within us. And we all can do more. Today, as much as possible, I will seek to benefit others in whatever way I can. So now that we have considered, you know, the actions of our body, speech, and mind, and how we can utilize them, how we can stop negativity from growing, what can I do to be of benefit? You may not have all the money in the world to solve the hunger crisis, the poverty, the social injustices in this world. But help where you can. The smile, the acknowledgement, the giving of respect. Give what you can. If you have a spare apple and you see somebody hungry, why not offer the apple? If you can give them some advice, why not, you know, not in a patronizing way. You shouldn't be sitting on this road, you know. Again, think the motivation. What is it you can do? What can you offer? If you have expertise in the field that can benefit someone, then it's okay to utilize. But don't pretend. Be genuine, be warm, be honest. Know and accept your limitations. If you haven't got a head for heights, probably the worst place for you to be is, you know, upsailing down a cliff, you know, to get to somebody. If you have a mobile phone, you can call for help. Use the skills that fit the situations. And if you can't help them, either because they don't want your help, you know, at least don't harm those beings. Don't harm yourself. Sometimes you all just need a bit of space so that we may grow. Again, His Holiness often reminds us, be of benefit where you can. If you can't help them, at least don't harm them. Today, as much as possible, I will generate bodhicitta. May all the actions of my body, speech, and mind be imbued with this profound motivation. We often help those that we get on with, our friends, our family. We try not to help very often those who we don't get on with. Why should I give you a piece of my cake? You didn't offer me one last time. Tit for tat. Silly things. We may also have people we have fallen out with. I'm definitely going to help this person. He was mean to me. Was he mean to you? Were you mean to him? Is it just misunderstanding? Was it ego-driven? Did we acknowledge maybe suffering in the other person, but felt we couldn't deal with it? Maybe we didn't recognize what was coming out in terms of body, speech, and mind from the other person as being suffering. Those who suffer either play the system down, or they're just angry with themselves, angry with the world because they don't know what to do. So it's easy to interpret those who are quiet and withdrawn as being not interested, non-engaging. And those who are quite verbal and animated and tempered or ill-tempered, whichever way you want to look at it, as hostile, rude, obnoxious. We use so many words to describe these people. Ultimately, is it just us putting the wrong label on? Are we willing to get to the bottom of it? Sometimes these individuals want to share their experiences with us, sometimes they don't. Don't force the issue. If you can't help them, at least don't harm them. But recognize that, like us, all sentient beings want to be free from suffering and its causes. And if we don't recognize ourselves what causes our suffering, how can we convey to others? If we can't convey it, how can we expect those who are really in deep suffering and absorbed with that suffering, physically or mentally, how can we expect them to articulate clearly the help they need? And then, of course, we got all those sentient beings in between. How often do we go across the road or walk through the town? Well, when we could. Thousands, hundreds or thousands of beings sharing the space with us. How many of those do we actually acknowledge? We acknowledge who we're attracted to because they share maybe our interest. Or we get drawn to those who offend us. But we really don't consider much what all these other sentient beings are up to, how they may feel. Because we had no reason to engage with them. But we must engage with all sentient beings. The path of liberation lies in the compassion that we generate. The bodhicitta that is indiscriminate to benefit all sentient beings. Those we label as friends, those we label as foes, and all those other sentient beings in between. All of us just want an existence that is free from suffering and its causes. And why should my happiness be of greater value than that of the happiness of another being, as Shantideva reminds us? Again, His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama often quotes, "I'm just one being amongst 7 billion. And that's just in the human context. How can the well-being of one being more important than that of the rest? In this realm, the human realm, the animal realm, and all the other realms. We must care for them all. Some will be keen to let you help them. Some will be keen to then help you help others. And that's okay. Some will need time before they let you help them. Because they need to come to terms with themselves. If you think about substance abuse, it's very often said that unless the individual is ready and acknowledges to have a problem with alcohol and drugs and really wants to help, it doesn't matter what you throw at them. If they're not ready, they're not ready. That doesn't mean we don't check in on them and offer them the help from time to time. But it shouldn't stop you being of benefit to those who need your help in the meantime. It's just prioritizing. And it's not done based on personal judgment. It's situational. Who needs your help right now? Who wants your help right now? Who can you benefit right now? Use your energies wisely. Look, take care of yourself. Don't burn yourself out. Pace yourself like the ox in the field. Steady and diligently, we plow the field one row after another. Many rows make a field, many fields, make a country. And so on, and so on, and so on. Let's visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the form of Chenrezig. If you had the initiations, please feel free to self-initiate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru either in the space in front of you or just above the crown, above your head. Above the crown of your head. Those of you who may be joining us from other faiths, just choose a deity that you associate the most with regards to love and compassion. If you have a spiritual side, but not particularly use deities, just visualize a warm, clear light in the space in front of you above the crown of your head. Excuse me for a second. Pardon me. And visualize how light emanates from the Guru deity's body, and it radiates out in all 10 directions. And each light beam, filled with great love, compassion, and purifying essence, finds one of the infinite number of sentient beings, which may be very close to us or at the furthest corners of the universe. But each light beam finds one of those beings, searching them out, giving them the light at the end of the tunnel, showing them a path out of darkness. As the light enters their bodies through the crown of their heads, the light essence purifies their bodies of negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes, burning away all the encrusted negativity, filling the space between those atoms until they begin to glow as more and more of the karmic dirt is being removed. And we recognize, like all sentient beings, we have been looking for a way out of the suffering that comes through samsaric existence. And we recognize that the suffering was caused through the actions of our body, speech, and mind. How we yearn to be free from suffering. All the other sentient beings yearn to be free from suffering. And in recognizing that the only way is to take refuge, to purify ourselves from all the past negative karma, we call upon all Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru Deity, who so generously offers us a beacon of light and hope and warmth and compassion and truth, and leads the way out of suffering. And as we recite the motivation, calling on those Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge, let your voice be like the sound of a bell. Let your voice be carried across the universe to the furthest corners. Let it reach each and every one, wherever they are, whatever realm. Give them hope, give them guidance, give them encouragement. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all Mother Sentient Beings to join us, more and more sentient beings have taken refuge in the Guru Deity, and more are still to come. And the Guru is very pleased and smiles upon us with great love and compassion. As the Guru does so, the purifying essence of the light energy increases more and more, burning away more and more of the karmic baggage and stains that we carried for so many lifetimes. And we begin to glow, atom by atom, cell by cell, until the entire body is glowing, radiating in all 10 directions, exchanging ourselves with the Guru deity and all other sentient beings, filling the entire space with love and compassion and purifying essence, and recalling that the struggles we had in past lifetimes are due to the actions of body, speech, and mind, which are represented by Om. We need to transform those to reach the essence of the Guru deities, holy body, speech, and mind, also represented by Om. In order to achieve that state, we need to acquire compassion and wisdom, Mani and Padme, and combine them in Om. And only when those are combined, and our compassion is true, and the actions of our body, speech, and mind are pure, and in the essence of that of the Guru deity, can we be of maximum benefit to all sentient beings. So as we recite the Mani mantra, we keep on visualizing how we exchange light between ourselves, the Guru deity, and all other sentient beings. How, like a radiant sunrise, we fill the space with more and more light, dispelling the darkness of negative karma and delusions of the mind, offering warmth, hope, and security to all those who still seek the light for their own salvation and protection. We recite a few of the mantras out loud and then a few rounds of mala on breath. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme We're taking refuge in the Guru Deity, having exchanged ourselves in the pure state with all mother sentient beings, and having recited many manis, can visualize ourselves now in the pure state, holding on to the pure state for as long as we can to be of maximum benefit to all mother sentient beings. Maybe hold on to the state for at least the duration of these prayers. If we can, beyond, maybe for the rest of the day, maybe to the end of next week, the month, end of the year, depending on your level of accomplishment, maybe for even many lifetimes. Having prepared ourselves, purified ourselves, we now call upon the Great Mother Tara to join us and clear away any obstructions that we may face as part of the recitations. Like a great team in the theatre, medical theatre, operating theatre, the surgeon, the anaesthetist, the assistant surgeons, the students, the nurses, the cleaners, so many that make it possible, for those treatments to take place. So calling upon Great Mother Tara to join us. It's not only been recommended by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, but it makes perfect sense. So that we can all focus on the best result, the best outcome. And we visualize the Great Mother Tara in front of us, emerald green in color. Light radiating from her body, reaching all sentient beings, so that they all, may be helped, clearing away any additional obstacles that may lie in the way. And again, Om represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Great Mother. Tara liberates us from samsara. Tutara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. Tura liberates us from disease and illnesses, both physical and mental. We recite 1 round, a few on breath, a few out loud, and the rest on breath. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. 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 Om Tare Tutare Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Having cleared away any obstacles that may otherwise have been in the way, we now call upon the guardians to join us. So we recite Vajrayana first. And let's recite the mantra. Keep on visualizing how you put on a protective suit, medical gown, if you're in the operating theatre. It has a dual function to protect ourselves from anything that we may be dealing with, to stop it infecting us, contaminating us. And likewise, despite our best efforts, we may have missed a bit, so we don't want to cross-infect the patient, introduce anything into their system that's no benefit to them. So if you visualize a ferocious looking dark blue Vajrapani in the space in front of us, his feet are stretched out, and he holds a Vajra in the right hand and a snake lasso in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire, and from his body are admitted fire garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, and noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which, like violent winds and hailstorms, destroy all disease, epidemics, and spirit harms, and interferers. As His Holiness reminds us, interferers, we're not trying to destroy the being as such, because destruction of the being doesn't benefit the being. What benefits the being is, the change in the seed motivation of carrying out certain deeds that have negative consequences. So we're trying to burn away any negative motivation, destroy that, so that the being can engage in pure actions that are of benefit to his own karmic experience and merit collection. We recite 7 times. Som Vajraperum Padmasvari Pedavashena Gananta Savrata Hanana Vajna Rakshak Soha. Om Vajraperum Padmasvari Pedavashena Gananta Savrata Hanana Vajna Rakshak Soha. Om Vajraperum Padmasvari Pedavashena Gananta Savrata Hanana Vajna Rakshak Soha. Om Vajraperum Padmasvari Pedavashena Gananta Savrata Hanana Vajna Rakshak Soha. Om Vajraperum Padmasvari Pedavashena Gananta Savrata Hanana Vajna Rakshak Soha. Om Vajraperum Padmasvari Pedavashena Gananta Savrata Hanana Vajna Rakshak Soha. Om Vajraperum Padmasvari Pedavashena Gananta Savrata Hanana Vajna Rakshak Soha. So having dressed for the occasion, we should also recognize that despite their appearances, the guardians are not our enemy. In fact, they're like diligent parents. Like our mothers can have loving faces, the expression can also turn when we put ourselves at risk, when we put others at risk due to the actions, that we perform. The wrathful aspect is anger without hatred. That's the important thing. There's no negative emotion involved. It's purely there to keep us on our path, to keep us pure, to keep us protected from harm that we cause ourselves and harm that we may create, but also harm that may come from outside sources. So they're looking out for us in a diligent way. Let's visualize Black Manjushri. He has a wrathful face with 3 eyes. His two hands hold a scripture in the left and a sword in the right hand. He is adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of a massive fire with flames of clear light emanating from his heart. The light pervades inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all other sentient beings, purifying away all negative karmas, obstruction, sickness, spirits, dangers, burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. So again, we recite the mantra 7 times. And I like to think, as Black Manjushri, we just sort of bring that healing aspect in it as well. The ointment, like a healing ointment that we apply to wounds just in case we made a mistake and we didn't look out. Like surgeons sometimes can still get a needle stick injury. It's not because they set out to do so or because of anything else. It just happens. Om tam chu chu su de su dum su ningula chikala chakam shantam pepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su de su dum su ningula chikala chakam shantam pepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su de su dum su ningula chikala chakam shantam pepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su de su dum su ningula chikala chakam shantam pepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su de su dum su ningula chikala chakam shantam pepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su de su dum su ningula chikala chakam shantam pepe su ha. Om tam chu chu su de su dum su ningula chikala chakam shantam pepe su ha. Having now fully prepared ourselves for the main practice, or the main event, by purifying ourselves, making sure that there are no obstacles in the way, and having put on a protective armor, gown, whatever, and making sure that we have backup where we need it in case things get a bit, hairy along the way, or we need some assistance. We now, with the purest of intentions, recite the actual Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. And as we recite the prayer, keep on visualizing how through the power of the prayer, the great love and compassion and purifying essence of the Guru Deity that we now share with the Guru and the sentient beings which have taken refuge with us, of the great power of compassion, the aspects of the pandemic are being reversed, and the root seed, the negative root seed of the pandemic is being destroyed. And we must recognize that, a year ago we didn't even know whether we could get a vaccination. When we started prayerathon in August, things were still unclear. We were doing better on treatment options, but again, treatments, but particularly now with the variants that have come across, we are much better prepared. Vaccinations are coming out more and more, and vaccination programs are being rolled out. So something has changed, and we keep on reciting those prayers until the pandemic has subsided. or Lama Zopa tells us to stop. So things are happening. So trust in the power of prayer, trust in the power of compassion. How come, otherwise that Nepal seems to be relatively unaffected, when it comes to COVID? Amazing. May all diseases that say in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporal conditions such as the harms of caste, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body of mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we recite the prayer one more time, and really with the greatest of compassion, with the greatest wish and visualization, see how the pandemic is being turned away, how the root causes of the pandemic are being more and more destroyed, how the sick are being restored to good health, so those who have passed beyond may be may achieve a fortunate rebirth. May those who've suffered in whatever form or shape, loss of income, access to, necessary commodities such as food, heating, shelter, may they be given whatever they need to escape that source of suffering, and that they may be given, an existence that is free from suffering, that they can take care of themselves and those around them. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporal conditions, such as the harms of caste, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all those dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Maybe visualize how the pandemic has ceased. If we recited our prayers correctly, if our collective merit and karma is strong enough, then we should see the pandemic, be cleared. But we don't despair if we haven't done all of it yet. It's like renovating a house. You sometimes have to go through it room by room, clear one mess at a time. But rejoice in the improvement that you're making along the way. Rejoice in the fact that vaccines are now available when they weren't last year. Rejoice in the fact that treatment options have much improved when they weren't last year. Unfortunately, still people are passing away, and that is regrettable. But many, many positive changes have occurred. And we must rejoice. May we dedicate wholeheartedly to the precious Sangha community and all Mother Sentient beings. May they live long and healthy lives, and may they always be near the precious Dharma in this and all future lifetimes. May they never be far from a virtuous friend. May we dedicate to our precious gurus, whose guidance we very much need in the darker times and when our practice is unsteady. May they always guide us in this and all future lifetimes. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. And may we never be far from them in this and all lifetimes, so that we may benefit from their wisdom and guidance. May we particularly dedicate to the benefit of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, whose existence and exile has brought the Dharma to the West on a much grander scale than we could ever imagine. He's a beacon of great hope and compassion in a world that can be gloomy and frightening at times. May His Holiness live a long and healthy life. May His wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we always benefit from His presence in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to Lama Zopa Rinpoche, whose great compassion for all beings, the smallest ant to the greatest being, living being in this world, in all the realms, is well known amongst his followers. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy life. May he always be our virtuous friend in this and future lifetimes. He's tasked us to put the Dharma where our mouth is, so to speak, putting into practice what we have done, quietly in our own abodes, but now actually engaging more and more in real life situations with the pandemic, reciting these prayers for the benefit of all sentient beings, not just as individuals, but as a community, as a global community. May Lama Zopa's wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we always benefit from his guidance in this and all future lifetimes. These kind of things. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhicitta that has not arisen rise and grow, may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economics problems in this world and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side into that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, is empty of existing from my own side. So just quickly the long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kewe shinkam de pendang deva malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Gyalpo yi chape site badu thank you chi. Tup Tsil Chang Xin Yam Gyun Gelwe Tenzin Gyun Pelwe Kun Su Dok Po Tse Chok Tum Kewe Hilek Ngun Tu Du Pa Dak Sok Tu Je Gun Du Chap Den Cho. Thank you very much who kindly joined me in this session. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute. And without further ado,
Yeah. Hi, Venerable.
hello, Venerable. Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
Sorry, I
Good.
overshot a little bit. I got a little bit carried away. Also, Tashadilek to you. I hope you're having a wonderful day and you managed to take part in some of the festivities that are going on around the globe, online or otherwise.
Yeah. We did this morning. We did also the ceremony for the flags. You know.
Oh wow!
And yeah, it was very fun, very nice. But now it's too windy, and freezing at this time. So you know.
It is rather nippy outside. I went out with the dog. It looked calmer than yesterday.
Yeah.
Crikey! I wish I'd taken a pair of gloves with me. It was rather cold. Anyway, I leave it to you now because
Okay.
into your time. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day, and look forward to seeing you again. Take care.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye, Venerable. Bye. Ok, bene, vedo che c'è un po' di persone, c'è Irene, c'è Anastella, c'è Paola, c'è Valentina o chi per essa. No, fatemi vedere, intanto vi vedo
meglio
così.
che non mi vedi a me.
Ok, va bene. Ciao Paola.
Ciao. Non mi guardare
ciao
che
Gianluca.
non sono in piena forma.
Ok,
Ciao a tutti.
no, io
ciao.
sono molto in forma, guarda che guance che
Guarda
ho.
che sei bello tu, davvero.
Sei bellissimo.
Bello.
Fa un
Il
freddo
bello viene
incredibile
dall'anima.
Anche qua.
anche lì? Veramente. Ciao Irene.
C'è anche Gianluca, guarda.
Ciao maestro.
Sì, ho visto Gianluca, ciao. Ok. Bene, allora facciamoci questa mezz'oretta che Venerable Dancio ci ha fregato qualche minutino, quindi adesso cerchiamo di recuperare in qualche modo. Allora ci mettiamo in posizione di meditazione tutti quanti.
Dobbiamo chiudere tutto.
Basterebbe anche solo l'audio,
Okay.
non c'è bisogno di nient'altro, in modo tale che se c'è dei rumori non entrano in casa. Ecco. E quindi ci mettiamo in posizione di meditazione e passiamo qualche minuto a rilassare corpo e mente e poi quando diamo il via anche a ristabilire una corretta motivazione. Quindi portiamo la nostra mente qui adesso e regaliamoci mezz'ora di presenza mentale, lasciando fuori dalla porta dei nostri sensi, ogni preoccupazione, ogni progetto, ogni discorso mentale che ci porta fuori dal nostro corpo e ci porta fuori nel tempo. Con la mente più centrata e sincronizzata con il nostro corpo, cerchiamo di rinfrescare la nostra motivazione, partendo da noi stessi e cercando di estendere il desiderio di felicità e di separazione dalla sofferenza a tutti gli esseri. Tutti desiderano la stessa cosa e quindi noi dobbiamo desiderare questa cosa anche per gli altri. Non solo desiderarla, ma anche cercare di raggiungere uno stato evolutivo interiore tale da permetterci di essere di beneficio agli altri. In altre parole, dobbiamo sviluppare quella mente che vuol diventare Buddha per beneficiare tutti gli esseri. E tutti gli esseri si intendono le persone che abbiamo attorno in questo momento, che amiamo, e tutte quelle che abbiamo avuto attorno nelle vite passate, che come quelle di adesso le abbiamo amate e siamo stati amati. Quindi tutti. Qualche minuto su questo. Dopo che abbiamo sviluppato la motivazione, ora immaginiamo attorno a noi tutti gli esseri, partendo da quelli che amiamo in questo momento, quindi proprio le persone attorno a noi, verso cui nutriamo sentimenti di riconoscenza e sentimenti di vicinanza, poi estendendolo a tutti gli altri. Di fronte a noi, Buddha Chenrezig, un volto, 4 braccia, 2 gambe in posizione del loto, le 2 braccia interne che sono aggiunte nel gesto della preghiera sostengono un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri. La mano destra, l'abbraccio destro aperto regge un rosario, la sinistra un loto, è sorridente, bianca, sfavillante. È il Buddha della compassione. Quindi seguendo le parole di questo Mahasiddha che ha coniato questa preghiera, che è Thangtong Gyalpo, prendiamo rifugio. Quindi prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Dopo aver recitato questa preghiera di rifugio, ora recitiamo il mantra proprio del Buddha della compassione, che è Om Mani Padme Hum. E la recitazione di questo mantra è come un enzima che va a colpire, se lo facciamo in modo concentrato e consapevole, va a colpire quella nostra potenzialità di amorevole gentilezza che risiede dentro noi, e in qualche modo è come un agitatore, è come montare la panna, ecco, quando appunto con un attrezzo come una forchetta o una frusta montiamo qualcosa. Allo stesso modo questo mantra funziona in questo modo, no? Ovviamente bisogna crederci, quindi vedere che funziona, E la nostra visualizzazione consiste in questo. Mentre recitiamo il mantra, immaginiamo che dal cuore di Chenrezig, che è di fronte a noi, che ci guarda con amorevole compassione, amorevole gentilezza, senza nessun pregiudizio nei nostri confronti, ma semplicemente col desiderio che noi ci evolviamo, dal suo cuore, dicevo, si emanano raggi di luce infiniti che pervadono il nostro corpo e purificano il nostro corpo da ogni impedimento per la nostra pratica interiore, sia dal punto fisico che dal punto di vista mentale. E così pure immaginiamo che questi raggi di luce entrano nel corpo di tutti gli esseri visualizzati attorno a noi, appunto liberandoli da ogni impedimento e soprattutto proteggendo dalla paura di questo virus. Questa è la ragione per cui viene fatta questa maratona una volta alla settimana. Quindi recitiamo il mantra, lo reciteremo per 10-13 minuti. Ognuno di noi lo può recitare o a alta voce o sussurrato o anche mentalmente. Io comincio e poi voi seguite. Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme, mani padme, mani padme, mani padme, Om mani padme, mani padme, mani padme. Come quando meditiamo sul respiro, ogni volta che ci accorgiamo che la nostra mente ha preso la tangente, è andata a finire magari a vedere un film di Buñuel o qualcosa del genere, quando ci accorgiamo la riportiamo sulla recitazione del mantra con la visualizzazione. Questo è il nostro compito. Om mani padme, mani padme, mani padme, mani padme, mani padme, Om mani padme, mani padme, mani padme, mani padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Bene, adesso recitiamo la preghiera effettiva, la reciteremo per 3 volte, così viene richiesto, dovreste averla sul video, quindi possiamo leggerla anche assieme, magari la ingrandisco un po' di più, che così la vedete, no, un po' troppo, ok. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, e cui il semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari e supremi, con il potere dei dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi delle interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi, con il potere dei dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. E per la terza e l'ultima volta, la leggiamo ancora. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causata dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi, con il potere del dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. E adesso invece andiamo alla dedica, quindi dedichiamo ovviamente ciò che abbiamo generato, prima di tutto per realizzare bodhicitta. Possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre più. E questo è il metodo. E poi la saggezza per realizzare la vacuità. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un attimo di esistenza intrinseca, e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. E adesso andiamo a questa dedica per i malati. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. E questo ci riferiamo soprattutto a questa pandemia che sta diventando molto più lunga di quello che ci aspettassimo, e quindi proprio dedichiamo affinché tutti quegli esseri che sono indifesi di fronte a eventi di questo genere e subiscono in modo incredibile, sia dal punto di vista fisico che mentale, siano liberati al più presto da questa paura causata appunto dalla malattia. E ora andiamo a fare la dedica in modo tale che la dedica sia sigillata con i meriti, cioè i meriti che abbiamo creato siano sigillati con la vacuità, perché appunto basta un attimo di rabbia e i nostri meriti, come una foresta, vengono incendiati e li perdiamo. Invece con la vacuità, sigillando con la vacuità, è come metterli in bonus statali di cui ci possiamo fidare e vengono messi da parte. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Ricordando sempre che quando si dice che è vuoto non vuol dire che non esiste, ma non esiste come non lo percepiamo. E poi facciamo la dedica per la lunga vita di Sua Santità, gioiello che esaudisci i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. E per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, a cui possiamo legare anche tutti i maestri da cui prendiamo insegnamenti, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunath, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere con onori supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri, tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Ecco, quindi noi abbiamo terminato e quindi penso che ci sia Elio che sarà...
C'è Elio infatti che sta arrivando piano piano.
Eccolo, ciao Elio, come stai?
Ciao, bene,
Come va a
bene.
Parigi? Come va a Parigi?
Fa freddo.
Anche lì?
Un freddo
Mamma mia.
tremendo.
Qua da noi è nevicato stamattina, siamo vicini al mare, è nevicato.
E ho visto perché ho famiglia in Umbria, mi hanno mandato delle foto. Qui a Parigi ha nevicato 3-4 giorni fa e ancora c'è la neve. Poco, quando c'è 1 centimetro di neve qua siamo...
Ok.
Comunque ecco.
Senti, ti ringrazio, lasciami salutare tutti gli amici che mi hanno seguito, quindi ciao Paola.
Grazie Raffaello,
Ciao,
grazie.
ciao
E
Anastella.
buon anno e buon Losara a tutti.
Buon lo sa.
Ok. Ciao, grazie.
Ciao.
Presto, alla prossima Elio.
Alla prossima, ciao.
Buona sessione, ciao, ciao, ciao.
Grazie.
Ciao Irene, ciao.
Ciao a tutti.
Et donc maintenant, on va continuer en français, comme d'habitude. Et donc je vais commencer par mettre les textes à l'écran, comme ça, si je les retrouve, pourquoi à chaque fois... Et donc, où est-ce que je suis? C'est pas celle-là, c'est l'autre. Voilà. Et voilà, un petit peu. Voilà, donc on va commencer cette belle pratique comme d'habitude. Maintenant, c'est devenu vraiment une habitude. Mais le coronavirus est toujours là malheureusement, et il dure, donc il n'y a aucune raison d'arrêter. Et nous ne sommes pas les seuls non plus à vouloir faire quelque chose au niveau spirituel pour cette pandémie, hein. Demain, nous avons une réunion, enfin nous avons une rencontre interreligieuse avec toutes les religions à la synagogue d'ici à Paris, à une synagogue dans le 11e, où nous allons dire des prières pour la pandémie, ensemble avec les autres religions, chacun son tour. Donc c'est beau de voir toute cette énergie de bonté, toute cette énergie de compassion, toute cette énergie d'altruisme qui se met en commun, qui fait tâche partout avec les autres religions dans différents pays. Nous, ce que nous faisons avec l'IMI, nous le faisons dans tous les pays. Vous voyez, on est un peu partout. Il y avait des Italiens, maintenant on est en France. Tout à l'heure, ce sera ailleurs. Donc, il y a cette énergie de bienveillance qui se répand dans le monde. Et c'est très bien, c'est très bien. Donc, on se réjouit de ça et on participe. Donc, avec cette pure motivation de vouloir vraiment venir en aide à tous les êtres qui souffrent, ceux qui souffrent de la pandémie à quelque titre que ce soit, mais aussi tous les autres, ceux qui sont malades, ceux qui sont dans des souffrances, ceux qui ont des difficultés, quelles qu'elles soient. Afin de faire tout cela, eh bien, on va d'abord commencer par générer cette motivation supérieure par la méditation sur les 4 pensées incommensurables. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils demeurent dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur, puissent-ils les obtenir? Puis-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance. Puissent-ils en être libérés? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur des renaissances supérieures et de la libération. Puisse-t-il ne jamais en être séparés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et donc là maintenant, nous allons visualiser Chenrezig, c'est à lui qu'on va s'adresser pour faire la prière. Donc au-dessus de notre tête et de celle des êtres existant dans l'espace, il y a un lotus blanc, un disque de lune. Sur le disque de lune, il y a la lettre Ri, blanche, et de cette lettre apparaît le noble Chenrezig. Chenrezig est blanc, il est lumineux, c'est un être de lumière, il nous apparaît dans son corps de gloire, dans sa forme du Sambhogakaya. Il diffuse des rayons de 5 couleurs, qui sont les couleurs des 5 sagesses. Il a un sourire magnifique. Son regard est plein de compassion. Vraiment, il nous regarde comme une mère attendrait, regarderait son enfant. De ses 4 mains, les 2 premières sont jointes. Et les autres tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Il est pareil de soieries, d'ornements de joyaux. Une peau de biche couvre son épaule. Et le Bouddha de lumière infinie couronne sa tête. Il est adossé à une lune immaculée. Il est assis dans la posture du lotus. Et tel qu'il est, il représente l'ensemble de tous les refuges réunis. Donc nous le visualisons au-dessus de notre tête et au-dessus de celle de tous les êtres, au-dessus de tous les êtres qui souffrent, quels qu'ils soient, tous ceux qui sont décédés, tous ceux dont le nom nous vient à l'esprit, au-dessus de tout le monde. Et là maintenant, on va s'adresser à lui. D'abord en priant le refuge. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge en le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et une troisième fois. Tous les êtres mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et maintenant, donc on va s'adresser à Chenrezig. Donc on va faire comme on avait commencé la dernière fois, parce que j'ai trouvé ça sympathique, ça nous change un petit peu. Donc on va dire quelques mantras, puis on dira la première strophe de la prière, puis on redira des mantras et on dira la deuxième strophe, et etc. On va alterner, donc pratiquement avant chaque strophe, on invoque Chenrezig par des mantras, et à la fin, quand on a fini les strophes, on dira de nouveau. Donc entre chaque strophe, on va les répéter pour... Voilà, donc nous avons Chenrezig au-dessus de nous, comme nous l'avons visualisé tout à l'heure dans son apparence blanche lumineuse. Et donc là, nous l'invoquons. Om-mani padme-hum. Om-mani padme-hum. Om-mani padme-hum. Om-mani padme-hum. Om-mani padme-hum. Om-mani padme-hum. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines tels que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Pameu. Omani. Pameu. Omani. Pameu. Omani. Pameu. Omani. Pameu. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puisse le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Omani Pameu. Omani Pameu. Oma Pameu. Omani Pameu. Oma Pameu. Omani Pameu. Omani Pameu. Omani Pameu. Par la compassion des maîtres et des 3 rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être pleinement exaucées. Donc on va la redire encore une fois parce qu'on a largement le temps, peut-être même 2, on verra. Peut-être le Mani Padme on va le réciter parce que j'ai du mal à chanter. Om Mani Padme 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 Om Mani Padme. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme 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 Om Mani Padme. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves qui tient la bouchée menant sa victime à l'abattoir, c'est par le corps de l'esprit en un instant ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Mani Padme Om 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 Mani Padme. Puis sous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Puissent toutes ces souffrances du dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Par la compassion des maîtres, des 3 races et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être pleinement exaucées. Et donc on va la dire une 3e fois parce que nous avons le temps. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Manipameo, manipameo, manipameo. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Je vois qu'il faut que je me dépêche parce que le temps a passé. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies et ainsi de suite. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir disparaître à tout jamais, et puisse le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres et des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être pleinement exaucées. Et donc là, nous pouvons passer directement aux dédicaces, si j'arrive à les retrouver. Donc voilà, j'arrête ici. Voilà. Voilà. Puisse le joyeux suprême de la bodhicitta naître là où il n'est pas né, ne pas dégénérer là où il est déjà né, mais s'accroître de plus en plus. Grâce aux mérites accumulés par ses actions vertueuses, puisse-je rapidement atteindre l'état d'un maître Bouddha et conduire tous les êtres sans exception à cet état d'éveil. Grâce aux mérites des 3 temps accumulés par moi-même, les Bouddhas, les Bodhisattvas et tous les êtres, puissent les guerres, la famine, la torture, la pauvreté, et les problèmes économiques et tous les dangers liés à la terre, à l'eau, au feu et au vent être immédiatement pacifiés et puissent la paix et le bonheur parfait remplir le cœur et la vie de chacun. Puissent les enseignements du Bouddha durer longtemps et puissent les êtres de ce monde rencontrer les enseignements du Bouddha et atteindre l'éveil aussi vite que possible. Grâce au mérite du passé, du présent et de l'avenir créé par moi-même et au mérite des 3 temps accumulés par les innombrables Bouddhas et les innombrables êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre, puissais-je, moi qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre, atteindre l'état de plein éveil qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre et mener tous les êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre vers cet état d'éveil qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre, uniquement par moi-même qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre. Et la prière de longue vie de sa sainteté. Gori Rawe Kowe Chinkamdi Pendang Dewaman Jungwene Chenrezig Gyalpo Prayer Pardon Tengyok. Vous qui maintenant l'attitude du conquérant et soutenant, préservant, propageant l'enseignement de la Kappa, œuvrez comme serviteur imperturbable de toutes choses, vous qui êtes accomplis par la force de vos excellentes aspirations qui rendent hommage aux 3 joyaux, veuillez demeurer longtemps comme mon sauveur et celui de vos autres disciples. Et voilà, nous avons terminé cette série. Et
Ciao. Merci Elio.
merci. J'ai terminé un peu speed parce que je m'étais laissé aller dans les mantras. Et
merci Elio.
Merci à vous. Donc maintenant, on attend le nouvel arrivant qui devrait arriver.
Il est là.
Il est là. Non, le...
Ciao.
Agatha.
Yes, ciao. Ciao, sono
Ah,
qua.
elle est là.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Ok, sei arrivata. Allora,
Sì,
allora
sì,
ti
sì.
lascio.
Va bene.
Buon proseguimento. Buon
Grazie.
Ciao.
Grazie di tutto.
Ciao Elio. Ciao Elio.
Ciao,
Elio.
ciao.
Bonsoir à tous.
Bonsoir. Voilà.
Bonsoir.
Okay. Buonasera a tutti, sono Agatha, l'Aussanchodun del centro Chanchucholin di Polava, vicino a Udine, un centro fondato da Geshe Topten.
Ok, cerchiamo di essere consapevoli che stiamo facendo veramente la cosa più giusta in questo momento, con la motivazione che l'unica cosa che ci può salvare tutto il mondo adesso, è quella di essere consapevoli che vogliamo raggiungere l'illuminazione il più breve tempo possibile. Non bisogna avere dubbi su questo e quindi cerchiamo di fare questa pratica essendo molto concentrati sul fatto che il nostro obiettivo è proprio quello. Ok, allora adesso per prima cosa cerchiamo di rilassare la nostra mente e il nostro corpo. Cercate di sedervi in una posizione comoda. Non è necessario avere le gambe incrociate, però cercate di mantenere la schiena molto dritta, perché facciamo la purificazione delle nadi, molto utile per eliminare tutte le negatività e cominciare bene questa pratica. Quindi chiudiamo la mano sinistra mettendo il pollice sul mignolo, chiudiamo il pugno e lo mettiamo sull'anca sinistra. Dopodiché chiudiamo l'anulare e uniamo il pollice e l'indice della mano destra. Praticamente adesso ispireremo ed espireremo 3 volte. La visualizzazione è questa. Ispiriamo e alla fine deglutiamo trattenendo il respiro per un po'. Il respiro lo tratteniamo all'altezza dell'ombelico. Controlliamo il nostro corpo in modo che il vento, il prana rimanga lì. Quindi ispiriamo chiudendo la narice destra e ispiriamo con la narice sinistra per 3 volte. Immaginiamo che l'energia dei 4 elementi, terra, acqua, fuoco, aria, entra dentro di noi attraverso la narice sinistra. Ma non solo, anche le realizzazioni e la chiara luce che si dissolve in noi visualizzando il respiro bianco. E lo facciamo per 3 volte. Al momento dell'espirazione visualizziamo il respiro di colore nero e pensiamo che tutte le nostre afflizioni, i problemi, le preoccupazioni, l'ansia, tutto quello che ci disturba anche proprio nella pratica, tutto quanto esce e anche la paura di ciò che è indesiderato esce nel nostro corpo e viene mandato lontanissimo. Quindi ispiriamo realizzazioni, chiara luce, meravigliosa energia dei 4 elementi, espiriamo fumo nero e tutte le nostre preoccupazioni e quella anche di tutti gli esseri viventi. Facciamo così per 3 volte con la narice sinistra, per 3 volte con la narice destra cambiando mano e poi con tutte e 2 le narici. Iniziamo. cambiamo mano, chiudiamo il pugno, mettendo il pollice nel mignolo della mano destra, chiudiamo il pugno e lo appoggiamo vicino alla nostra anca. Con la mano sinistra chiudiamo l'anulare, appoggiamo il pollice all'indice e facciamo la respirazione. Chiudiamo il pugno della mano sinistra e lo appoggiamo nell'anca sinistra e respiriamo con tutte e due le narici. Respiro energia dei 4 elementi. Pensiamo che entra di noi anche tutte le realizzazioni di tutti i Buddha e Bodhisattva e anche la chiara luce che si dissolve in noi visualizzando la luce bianca. Espiriamo fumo nero. Adesso visualizziamo Chenrezig davanti a noi, sul nostro capo, scusate, e su quello di tutti gli esseri senzienti dell'universo. Cercate di avere una consapevolezza di guardare tantissime persone che hanno Chenrezig veramente sopra il loro capo. Visualizzando il pianeta, la Terra tutta intera, è come un grandissimo popolo. Più persone visualizzate meglio è. Cioè, pensate di raggruppare o perlomeno essere convinti che veramente ci sono tutte le persone del mondo. Ecco, facciamo così, tutte le persone del mondo in questo momento stanno facendo questa pratica insieme a noi, anche se non se ne rendono conto, però per noi ci sono. E quindi visualizzate che sopra di loro c'è Buddha Chenrezig e anche sul nostro capo. E dal cuore di Chenrezig visualizziamo che si emana tantissima luce che purifica tutte le apparizioni karmiche e la mente. E immaginiamo che tutto il mondo in questo momento è in silenzio e sta ascoltando, sta sintonizzandosi con col suono della vacuità di Dewa Chen. Ogni pensiero, ogni suono che c'è, ogni visione, ogni essere, dentro e fuori, non sono altro che la manifestazione del corpo, parola e mente di Chenrezig, la nostra stessa mente pura, la mente di chiara luce. Pensiamo che l'ignoranza è come l'agitazione dell'oceano, no? L'oceano è la mente primordiale. Le onde e il movimento sono l'agitazione mentale che oscura la pace, la profondità, la quiete dell'oceano. Durante la recitazione del mantra, concentriamoci sulla nostra vera natura oceano e non sulle onde che comunque non hanno mai smesso di essere oceano. E se sorge un'onda pensiero che disturba, riconosciamola che non è altro acqua, una manifestazione dell'oceano stesso. E riconosciamo il pensiero, la distrazione, l'emozione come manifestazione di Chenrezig, cioè espressione della sua infinita compassione, beatitudine e saggezza. E con questa grande consapevolezza, questa sensazione meravigliosa, recitiamo il mantra di Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme.